Good evening, all. Welcome to the March 17th regular meeting of the City Council, successor agency to the Culver City Redevelopment Agency Board and the Culver City Parking Authority, Redevelopment Financing Authority, and Culver City Housing Authority boards. We will do a roll call. Okay. Councilmember Vera?
Present.
Councilmember McMorrin is not present. Councilmember Fish?
Present.
Vice Mayor Puza?
Present.
And Mayor O'Brien.
Present.
Thank you.
Wow. We have any comments on closed session items?
We have no comments for closed session.
Okay, a motion to adjourn to closed session. Get a second.
Can we get a motion, please?
Seconded.
Thank you. We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, seconded by Councilmember Fish. Please vote. All members have voted. That motion passes 4 ayes, absent Councilmember McMorrin. The time is 6:05. We will see you after closed session for the recognition presentations. Aw.
Okay, we're here to celebrate Jane.
Yowza!
Yeah, big fan, big fan. The City of Culver City Commendation Service to the City of Culver City, Jane Leonard. Whereas Jane Leonard, a 33-year Culver City resident and active community member, was appointed to the Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Commission in 2022, serving as a member from 2022 to 2024, and as chair since 2024. And whereas Jane Leonard also served the City of Culver City for 19 years, from 2002 to 2021, starting briefly as an associate analyst in the fire department, then promoted to management analyst in the transportation department and fleet and facilities management from 2002 to 2012, then to senior management analyst for transportation finance, grants, and intergovernmental affairs from 2012 until her retirement in 2021. That's a lot of big names. And whereas Jane Leonard's regional transit leadership included representing Culver City Bus for 9 years on LA Metro's Bus Operations Subcommittee, where she was elected as secretary, vice chair, and also served as chair for 5 years, Jane was also elected to one of 2 BOS seats to LA Metro's Technical Advisory Committee, where she served for 5 years. And whereas Jane Leonard served on the Culver City Management Group Board for 9 years, 5 of which were as president, leading the negotiation of multiple city management MOUs, the city's civil service rules review and salary survey working groups, as well as the City Council's Finance Advisory Committee in the labor management seat from 2016 to 2020, including in the position of chair. There were more capital words in that sentence. Whereas Jane Leonard has been a member of the Community Emergency Response Team, otherwise known as CERT, since 2002, served on the city's Emergency Operations Center team for 17 years, delivered groceries through the city's emergency food program during the COVID pandemic, served the community as a dedicated leader at Unity of the Westside Church for 33 years, and is currently the treasurer of the Culver City Rotary Club and secretary of the Exchange Club of Culver City. Now therefore it be resolved that the City Council of the City of Culver City hereby commends Jane Leonard for her diverse, dedicated service to the Culver City community and wishes her well in her future endeavors. Dated the 17th day of March, 2025, signed by myself, the Vice Mayor, and all council members. And we're recognizing Jane, not just because of this long list of achievements in Culver City, but we're going to be losing her soon. And we need to say goodbye in a proper fashion in front of all of her friends and community members. So thank you, Jane. You want to say a few words? Yeah.
I promise it'll be brief, but thank you so much. I want to. It all started in 1992. No. I'd like to thank the mayor and the city council for this really special honor tonight. And I'd also like to express my gratitude to the leadership and staff of the PRCS department for the honor to have worked with them and with my commission colleagues since July of 2022. I'm also thankful for the many friendships I've forged here and the support of my family. I came to Culver City 33 years ago, was able to buy a home and raise our 4 children here. I was also fortunate to have a very rewarding career working for the city, as you noted, thank you, with really wonderful people. I mean, the staff of the city are just spectacular. And being of service with the Exchange and Rotary Clubs, my Sweet Adelines Chorus, and my spiritual community has been really an absolute joy. I really love Culver City, and being in service is the best way I can show that love and support. I believe service is the ultimate expression of our divinely inspired gifts, despite any outward appearances of lack or fear. And in the words of Ralph Waldo Emerson, what lies behind us and what lies before us are tiny matters compared to what lies within us. Culver City's been my home for so long now, to leave it is certainly bittersweet. And while my new home will be in Lincoln, California, about 35 miles east of Sacramento, my heart will always beat here with the heart of Screenland. And I invite all of us to take inspiration from the Wizard of Oz, to be open to self-discovery and self-improvement like the Scarecrow, to experience love and express compassion to one another like the Tin Man, to overcome any obstacle or challenge with the courage to face it head on like the Cowardly Lion. And as we learned from Dorothy, no matter where we are, home is always in our hearts. Thank you. There's no place like home.
Mayor? While we line up for pictures, we also will have 2 people who want to talk to you and say some nice words.
We'll take a couple photos first. Ready? 3, 2, 1.
And I'd like to call Crystal Alexander.
Good evening, everyone. I've known for a little bit of time now that we would have the departure of our dear Jane, and I think you can tell by listening to that commendation just how many holes will be left in some way in the city of Culver City. I think it almost will look like a Swiss cheese by the time we're done. But I do know that Jane, being the kind of person that she is, has been going around trying to see how well she can have some of those holes filled behind her, although I don't know anybody who could fill her shoes, as the saying would go. Love the Ralph Emerson quote. I've used it myself. It's kind of interesting. I have known Jane on so many levels. We have hopscotched in various ways in terms of when we were working on things in the city. I was on the finance advisory committee, then she came on the finance advisory committee. She was on Park and Recs, now I'm on Park and Recs with her, and I've been so pleased to work with you as the vice chair of the committee. I don't know what we're going to do without you, but we will soldier on. And I just want to say also, as a personal note, I think you know that I will miss you dearly as a friend. Thank you for everything that you've done.
And Marcy Bond.
While I've only known Jane for a very short time, it seems, what I have learned about her is that she's just a lovely person. She works hard, she's extremely intelligent, and she cares for everybody. And that alone is going to make this departure for me really hard, as I've only been on the Parks and Rec Commission a short time and only had a short time to actually work with her, as well as through the Exchange Club. But I wish her well in her new endeavors and know that she has a place here if she only ever wants to come back. We love you, Jane.
That's it.
Thanks, everyone, for being
As the council members are taking their seats, I'd like to mention that Councilmember McMorrin joined the closed session at 6:17 this evening.
Can we have everyone rise for the pledge, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, I'm going to start with our land acknowledgement. The City of Culver City formally acknowledges that the land we inhabit today is the ancestral land of Indigenous peoples who have lived here for millennia. The City of Culver City honors the Gabrielino people, past, present, and future, and recognizes their enduring connection to this land and its original caretakers. We are committed to supporting and uplifting the Gabrielino people and to fostering a deeper understanding of the histories and identities of all Indigenous peoples in this region. We encourage all residents and visitors to join us in respecting and caring for this land. The city affirms its support for the rights of these Indigenous communities and for the preservation of their cultural legacies. Okay, we have nothing to report out of closed session. Do we have any comments from staff or commissions, committees, and boards?
We do have a short presentation from Transportation.
Okay, let's do it.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor O'Brien, Vice Mayor Puza, and City Council members. This is Diana Ching, Chief Transportation Officer. I'm excited to share that on Saturday, March 8th, our incredible Culver City bus team participated in the 5-star local bus rodeo, showcasing the skill, precision, and professionalism that keep our community moving safely every day. Competing against 7 other transit agencies, Culver City Bus earned second place overall. Special congratulations to operator Jennifer Vance, who took first place in the pre-trip inspection category within our agency, and our top 3 overall performers, Kenneth Alexander in third, Oscar Gonzalez in second, and operator Gardner Strong, who took first place within our agency. This past weekend, operator Gardner Strong represented us at the 2025 Regional Bus Rodeo alongside 16 other transit agencies at the Riverside Transit Agency, earning an impressive third place overall behind Metro and Orange County Transportation Authority. He will now represent Culver City at the International Bus Rodeo on Sunday, April 6th in Texas. A huge thank you to all the operators who participated and showcased their incredible skills. Congratulations to Gardner Strong on his outstanding achievements, And thank you to Transit Operations Manager Nestor Ducrux and all the department staff whose hard work made these events a success. We're incredibly proud of our team and excited to keep raising the bar for public transportation in Culver City. This concludes my announcement.
Thank you for that. That's great. I love it. Okay, and now we can do updates from council members. Councilmember Fish.
Hey, everybody. Thank you all for being here, and happy St. Patrick's Day. I think everyone remembered and wore a little bit of green. Happy Women's History Month. Congrats to Culver City Bus for their second place win in the bus rodeo. That's really impressive, and all the operators who won acknowledgments there. Just want to remind folks, don't park in the bus lane. You'll get zapped with a warning as of March 20. There's a new automated enforcement of that coming, and then on May 19th they're going to start issuing fines. I hope this will continue to keep our transportation systems running smoothly so people can get where they need to go. I was able to attend on the transportation end of things, was able to attend the Complete Streets Design Guidelines event last week. It's really cool what the transportation team and the Public Works team are collaborating on. Their Complete Streets Design Guidelines. It's going to influence how we get around. It's going to influence what our cities look like, what our city looks like, and what our streets look like and how they feel. So it's really important just for every part of our lives, every time we leave the home. And there's one on Wednesday, this coming Wednesday, at El Moreno Park. There's also 2 walking tours that you can participate in at Veterans Memorial Park. And there is going to be a budget workshop as well. I was able to attend the one last week with Councilmember McMorrin and Vice Mayor Puza. And there's going to be another budget workshop coming up on Wednesday of this week right here in council chambers. So if you're interested in how the city is spending its resources, come and learn. CFO Soger did a great job, and we'll be able to, I think that's also going to be live streamed, so you'll be able to watch it on Zoom. And those are my community announcements. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember McMorrin.
Thank you. Good evening and happy St. Patrick's Day. Another congratulations to our Culver City bus team. +1 for folks participating in all the community outreach that's happening there. Make sure that your voice is heard in that. +1 again on the community budget workshop. That'll be right here in this room on the 19th at 7 p.m. It'll be the last one for this season. So if you're interested, which you should be since you're in this room, or watching online, so you should come out. I just wanted to lift up that I attended the Civic Well, which is a local, consortium of local electeds from up and down the state of California who are dedicated to supporting environmental justice and supporting our sustainability efforts from across the state. We met in Yosemite over the weekend. It was very snowy and beautiful up there, and it was really affirming and empowering to be in the room with so many elected officials who are fighting these sustainability fights. It made the work feel tangible and possible. I'm grateful for Vice Mayor Puza, who also attended over the weekend. So, be encouraged. Work is coming to fight for our national parks and fight for our community's well-being in the area of sustainability as climate change incidents will continue to pop up with more frequency if we change nothing. I wanted to lift up the fact that our supervisor, Holly J. Mitchell, is having a walk and learn. It's kind of similar to what our Culver City transportation folks are doing, but it will be held in West Adams. It's not too far. There's some fantastic folks who just got honored by our own Walk and Rollers organization, Yolanda Davis Overstreet, and Tamika Butler, who has been a transportation sort of equity advocate for a number of years, and they are going to be the leaders in that. So it's really worthwhile. It's just in CD10, so not too far over. So folks should check that out. And it is the Racial Justice Learning Exchange that she is hosting. And, y'all, a lot is happening. I always lift up what's happening on the federal level because the impacts to the state, county, and the local level are being felt. So we know that Congress is on recess this week. So Planned Parenthood is having a lot of actions around the nation. That's a place where folks can plug in and get engaged. And it's even more important on the local level for us to truly, truly support our neighbors, especially those who are under attack in the season and being undermined and diminished in a way that is trying to be normalized, but we should, at every effort, resist and push back and support our neighbors, particularly at the local level, and make sure that our community members are being supported. So just want to lift that up. There's a lot of ways that you can get plugged in. So please don't feel despair. Hope is a discipline, and we will get through this time together. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera.
I'm good, Mayor. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Puzo.
Thank you, Mayor. As Councilmember McMorrin mentioned, I also attended the Civic Well Conference. We discussed many things, including the response to fires, water issues, Prop 4, among many other things. It was very beneficial to talk with other electeds, to talk about important issues that affect the environment and sustainability issues. On March 27th, Otis College will present the 2025 Creative Economy Report. It'll be held at SNAP Incorporated in Santa Monica. There'll be a presentation, an overview of the report, and then also a panel discussion and Q&A. Also on April 4th, the Ballona Creek Renaissance will do an Earth Day cleanup. That will happen at the entrance of Ballona Creek at Centinela Avenue, and it will be from 9:30 to noon. Students get community service hours if that's applicable. And last March is By Health Awareness Month, and this year's theme is Navigating by Health in an Uncertain World. So it just really recognizes the increasing barriers to healthcare access, the rise of legislative attacks on the LGBTQ plus community, and the urgent need for bi and trans solidarity in the fight for health justice. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Before I get started, I just want to say with tongue firmly planted in cheek that I'm highly offended that we are having a council meeting on the day of my people, St. Patrick's Day. I hope everyone has a fun and safe night. And before I forget, because it's really critical, I'd like to get requests, 3 nodding heads, hopefully 5, to agendize on April 28th the presentation to Culver City Council by the New Zealand National Olympic Committee. They would like to make Culver City their home during the Olympics in a few years, and they would like to present their ideas to us on that date.
I see consensus from all council members.
Thank you. A couple things that happened over the weekend that I really enjoyed. I was able to speak at the Culver Palms YMCA Youth and Government Awards ceremony. If you don't know about this, this is a fantastic program that the YMCA sponsors where young people in our city can learn about legislative policies and how California government works, and they actually draft legislative platforms, and they go up to Sacramento and present them amongst their peers in other cities across the state. We have the largest delegation in the state year after year, and I would have to say the best. It was fantastic to hear about all their achievements, and they uplifted their new leadership and the leadership going out. And then yesterday I got to see the finale of Grease by the Culver City High School AVPA. Incredibly talented young people we have in our high school, and it was a real joy to watch them in action. The only thing I have coming up is that the Culver City Parks and Recreation Community Services are sponsoring 2 lifeguard certification courses at the Plunge, and we desperately need lifeguards. So if you hear this and you're interested, the first session is on both March 29th and 30th, and the second session is on, I think these can be done. One is one course, and then on April 4th and 6th, that's the second course. and they expect to learn for about 8 hours a day. So that's what's happening. Hopefully we'll get some candidates there and we'll have more lifeguards for the plunge. And that's all I have. And I think we are moving into a presentation.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Luis Gonzalez. I'm the city's project manager in economic development. And this is Cynthia Ojeda, the city's market operator from the Sustainable Management Services, who manages the Culver City Farmers Market day-to-day operations. This evening, we are presenting item P1, a presentation on the programs and highlights of the Culver City Farmers Market for 2024. Established in 2015, the Culver City Farmers Market is every Tuesday, rain or shine, from 2 to 7 from 2 to 7 p.m. on Main Street in Culver City. We continue to regularly promote the farmers markets on social media channels, from regular posts to fun videos featuring the market's impact to the Culver City community. The Culver City Farmers Market attracts an average of 30,000 annual shoppers. These shoppers range from community members, employees of our local businesses, as well as our City of Los Angeles neighbors. Additionally, the market has also partnered with local businesses to provide farm-to-table options such as a furry in downtown Culver City that features anything from a seasonal drink or bite inspired what is available on Tuesdays in Culver City. The market has over 40 vendors providing access to fresh fruits, vegetables, and other quality provisions like kefir, jams, and even fresh fish. There's no shortage of options in our farmers market. Next slide. And then lastly, I'll hand it off to Cynthia from Sustainable Management Services to talk about the farmers market's highlights for the 2024 year.
Thank you, Luis. Good evening, everyone. My name is Cynthia Ojeda, and I am the CEO of Sustainable Management Services. We are the operator of your wonderful Culver City Farmers Market, and I'd like to first thank the Community Development Department for entrusting us with this wonderful farmers market that the city should be very proud of. We are entering into, in October, our 8th year operating this farmers market for the city. I introduced the social service programs to the farmers market: SNAP, EBT, WIC, all access to community members on all economic levels. And we have been extremely successful in building this access level. Of course, COVID really sparked a lot of funding and outreach that the farmers market, was ready to embrace. And because of the work we've done, and I've done for many years, I've been operating farmers markets for 26 years, and working very closely with the state's public health WIC department, and we have been entrusted with a number of pilots that we operate at the farmers market. This and one other farmers market that operate were the only markets in the entire state of California that we were able to help the state introduce a new e-card. This is for the past last year, we started this e-card program for WIC, and that's the Senior WIC program. We partnered with the Inglewood Senior Center, who bussed in their seniors to test out this new card on our farmers. It was very successful. They're going to be using Culver City Farmers Market, and it was specific to Culver City Farmers Market, that pilot. And we're going to be providing access to the state, again, to the farmers market to re-engage with these seniors. We also are going to be working with the Public Health WIC for their introduction of their WIC cards. And these are Summer Farmers Market Nutrition Program cards. My company has been retained by the state to help upload all of these farmers in California. I'm only working with the Los Angeles County, but we're going to onboard all of our farmers so that they can start processing these WIC cards. So Culver City has been a wonderful launching pad for these programs for the state. The state recognized the work we've done. Our farmers are very well versed in processing all of these different what we call script programs. That's food stamps, the market match that we provide over there, the WIC, access to WIC. So they've selected this market because of our ability to transition into a new program that the state is coming into. I do want to mention that the market also has successes outside of the social service programs. The market itself, if we were to separate the grant programs from just the performance of the market itself is up 5%, which is pretty good in these days. And our grant activity is up over 68%. So people are coming into Culver City because they feel welcomed, they have access to fresh produce, and they have selected this market as their destination. So I think we should all be very proud of this opportunity that the city has provided the community through your farmers market, the Culver City Farmers Market. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you. That's great. Did anyone have any comments or questions?
When can we get even more locations? It's amazing.
I know.
I feel very blessed to live near the Culver City Farmers Market, and I would love to see us, go even further and bring it to more communities.
Well,
And
we
thank
can
you
talk
for your
about
work.
that.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you so much. And again, thank you for this opportunity. I'm very grateful for the trust that you've put into sustainable management to operate your market. Thank you.
I'll just add,
Yes.
thank you again.
Thank
I really
you.
appreciate you and your leadership and all the work that you do to make sure that the market is inclusive and that all neighbors can have the opportunity to have access to fresh and sustainable food that is good for us. So please keep up the excellent work. I want to plus one new locations, although I'm sure you're very busy onboarding all the farmers. So just please keep up the fantastic work.
Thank
so
you. I
much.
appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Okay, we're moving on to public comment. How many commenters do we have? Thank you, Louise.
We have 9 speakers,
Okay,
and I will read the statement regarding hate speech.
thank you.
Members of the public have a right to speak on matters that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. However, this council strongly denounces hate speech and does not tolerate disruptive behavior in our meetings. Culver City prides itself on its diverse community and inclusion of all persons. We are committed to creating a safe space in the city and in these chambers where members of our community feel included and respected.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and call everyone's names so folks can get prepared. We have Mark Herskovitz, Crystal Alexander, Ron Ostrin, Marcy Vaughn, James Richardson, Melissa Sanders, Ken Palmer, Jack Walter, and Ross Pyro. Our first speaker is Mark Herskovitz.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor O'Brien and Culver City City Council. My name is Mark Herskovitz, longtime Culver City resident and concerned neighbor. I'm here today to speak about the Jubilo Village project in last week's Culver City City Council meeting. I think that it's absolutely ludicrous to even consider putting a $16 million loan on the upcoming budget. The city is in a financial crisis. In fact, you're about to discuss adding a new emergency tax to help this financial shortfall. When you don't have the funds, you don't go out and spend more money. For example, if you want an 80-inch big screen TV, but your bank account is zero, you don't buy it. Hey, need a new car? But I'm broke. Hey, perhaps I'll get a Porsche. This is crazy talk. You're considering the same thing. Additionally, last week, Ms. McMorrin kept speaking about the 93 families that will be able to live in the new low-income housing development. 93 families who will now have a home. That's great and all, but what about the 40,000 plus current residents of Culver City that might not get city services, so we can help these 93 new families that likely won't even be Culver City residents? What if there's an emergency, like a fire, flood, earthquake, or other disaster that we have the reserves reserved for? What then? What if we've depleted our reserves to help the 93 at the cost of the 40,000 plus? You need to act like grown-ups and realize that we can't get everything that we want. The low-income housing project's a nice idea, but not when we don't have the money. Please remove this from the Culver City budget and save our city. Thank you.
Mr. Hertzkovitz, it's Councilwoman. Thank you so much for your comment.
I'm so sorry. Apologies.
Our next speaker is Crystal Alexander.
Let's talk numbers. Look at me, and you see 40,213 residents of Culver City. Look again, and you see 1,019 people who are receiving pensions from the city. So 41,232 people that rely on you to keep the city fiscally sound. We are your bank. The bank says an affordable housing development would be wonderful, but not at the expense of threatening the fiscal health of 41,000. Not as stood up against, say, 232 people at Jubilee Village who cannot be guaranteed to be residents. More numbers. On March 13th, LA, the city of LA, suspended taking applications for Section 8 housing due to a lack of guaranteed funding. That's the same program Jubilee was relying on for the $16 million to make their financial package work. If they don't get it, Culver City's going to be on the hook for more like $32 million and not the $16 million that was discussed last Monday. Are we excited yet? I'm alarmed. More numbers. That 30% reserve policy that was questioned because Santa Monica and West Hollywood have only 10, that saved our bacon during the Great Recession. Has there been a ballot measure to roll back a tax year in Culver City's history? Darn tootin'. It was against the UUT to lower it to 2.5%. It didn't succeed, but it can happen. Don't make Culver City a poster child for an FAFO moment. Do better. Develop a game plan to go after the county and get that housing money so that we can have these programs, but we don't have the money now. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ron Ostrin, followed by Marcy Bond. Not seeing them in chambers or online. Our next speaker is Marcy Bond, followed by James Richardson.
Council members and mayor, I would first like to say that you can get eggs at the farmer's market. As a resident of Culver City, I'm extremely concerned at how determined a number of our council members are to dip even deeper into our reserves. We're slated to be taking another $30 million from our reserves this year. This doesn't include the potential $16 million and even more, $32 million should funding fall through, dollars to the Jubilee loan, which is not truly a loan when you consider they won't be paying on it for 25 years, if at all. The current projection sees our city in serious financial trouble by 2035, 2036 if we continue at this rate. The City Council has been advised against this multiple times. Jubilee is not only risky, but it looks as if these council members want to bankrupt the city. I also would like to point out that two of them have a conflict of interest, at least it seems like it. It's my understanding that Jubilee Village is the brainchild of Disa Lindgren. It is her church, after all, and Disa was the campaign manager for two of the council members who voted to include this in our budget despite being advised against it. This doesn't look good at all. As the council pushes to vote to put a 0.25% sales tax on the ballot that could bring another $5.6 million to fill our bleeding coffers, consider how such a fiscally irresponsible decision may look to your electorate. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is James Richardson, followed by Melissa Sanders. And not seeing them in the chamber or online. Our next speaker is Melissa Sanders.
Good evening. I'm going to say ditto to all the other speakers who have spoken so far. I do not understand this whole desire to bankrupt the city. We have spent a lot of money. We have sent a lot of money. And now it is time for you to get that back for all of the work that we have done as a city. We have done safe sleep, short and long-term housing, wraparound services, mobile crisis units. We need our money back, and they should give it to us to repay at least a fraction of what we spent. And if it's going to continue, they need to continue to then give it back to us. We are not in the business of solving the world's problems. We are a small city of 40,000 people. And the way things are going, anything that is not an absolute need at this time should be put on hold. Because anything we do that is not an absolute need, for instance, a traffic study, whatever study, a thought process, we don't have the money to fulfill the end result. We don't. So even if you get a grant that will pay 50% of X, Y, and Z, we don't have the other 50% right now to take care of it. Everything needs to be an absolute need at this point, not a wish, not a wouldn't it be fabulous, oh my goodness, we really want that. We have a city of 40,000 people depending on the people we elected to do the right thing and not bankrupt the city. So I really want the people on that dais, all 5 of you, to consider how you will feel if in a few years we are bankrupt because you made a decision based on emotion.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ken Palmer, followed by Jack Walter. Mr. Palmer, if you can hear me, you can go ahead and unmute. Looks like we're having some difficulty, so we'll circle back. Our next speaker is Jack Walter. Not seeing them in chamber or online. Mr. Palmer, are you able to speak?
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, that's such a good introduction too. Dang. Good evening, council and fellow Zoom participants. I was just thinking about the barriers to housing for people to get into apartments. And I went on Craigslist to just look and see apartments available in Culver City, and there's plenty of apartments available. We're not in a apartment housing crisis at all. The barrier is that they're expensive. and but then other barriers they probably that are prominent are people to have the qualifications that someone's going to let them lease their property, like references and deposits and et cetera, et cetera. So I think those barriers to buildings that are already built, that are already livable, that are brand new, any house or building right now is totally regulated and has to be built to a certain standard. So any new building is a luxury building. It's just brand new. Everything's brand new. So we have plenty of apartments, and the idea of giving a bunch of money to one piece of dirt to build a building that is not given as a gift, but it's something that's going to have a lease, a 30-year lease, and it's it's millions of dollars. So thank you, Council.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
And our next speaker is Ross Piro.
Good evening. I'm here to talk also about Jubilo, and most of what I wanted to say has already been said. But I do want to mention that over the last 2 or 3 years that I've listened to candidates for the City Council talk about what's most important to being a good, strong City Council member, fiscal responsibility is always towards the top of the list. And that means making difficult decisions or decisions that maybe go against your ideology. And my concern is that this project, while it has many benefits, unfortunately has bad timing. We're in dire fiscal straits, and we need to make decisions that are maybe hard, but are right. And my concern is that as Manager Nachbar had said in one of the budget meetings a couple weeks ago, the economy is doing pretty well right now. We're doing really well. So we don't really have to worry about that buffer that we've had over here that we're now dipping into. My concern is that, we're in very uncertain times right now. And if we hit speed bumps, and I expect speed bumps, we have very little flexibility and financial nimbleness to be able to weather those. And my concern is that this decision right now feels really ill-advised and ill-timed. And so I would ask that you guys look at it again through that lens as fiscal stewards of our city. And I would also ask you to look at it juxtaposed against what I understand is this Virginia project that's now being considered that's going to offer a similar amount of housing, but yet will cost the city a fraction of what Jubilo will. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. That was our final speaker.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a motion to receive and file correspondence, please?
I have a motion by Councilmember McMorrin, and a second by Vice Mayor Puza to receive and file the correspondence. Please vote. All members have voted. That motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any commenters for consent items?
Just one comment on item C12.
C12? Okay, thank you. Any items that council members want to have pulled, please? Councilmember Fish.
Yes. Give me one moment. I'd like to. Sorry, I'm trying to find the appropriate section here. C3, if we could, for a brief presentation. And that is it for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Collins.
Nothing additionally, thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Burr, nothing? Vice Mayor?
I have a question about C3 as
Okay,
well.
great. So can we get a staff report on C3, please?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. I'm Troy Evangelo, Advanced Planning Manager, and I'd like to share with you a brief presentation on our 2024 General Plan and Housing Element Annual Progress Report. Quick background, this report on both documents is a requirement by the state of California. So by April 1st, we need to submit a report to California Housing and Community Development Department, HCD, for our housing element, and the California Governor's Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation for both our housing element and our general plan. Next slide, please. I'd like to start with a brief overview of our general plan. So this is our first year with our new general plan, recently adopted. And again, just to highlight, this is a 20-year plan. We're in year 1. And what you see before you is all of the different elements of the general plan and sort of our progress thus far. So you can see represented in blue, 104 of the implementation actions are already underway. We've completed 11 projects, including things like updates to the zoning code, identifying our safe sleep site. And then we have a number of projects that are not yet started. And so just to highlight a couple more things quickly, we are working on an online dashboard where the public will be able to go in and kind of drill down and look a little deeper into what's going on with the implementation. And so this represents our general plan annual progress report thus far. Next slide. Before transitioning to the housing element, I want to quickly highlight our project housing pipeline report. You're all very familiar with this. This is a monthly report highlighting the number of residential projects that are in the pipeline. So as of March, we have roughly 4,200 units in our project pipeline, either already submitted in processing or in preliminary project review. And out of those units, as shown in this pie chart, there's 612 that are affordable units. Next slide, please. And just by a quick comparison, I wanted to show how we stack up against the rest of the region. So as you can see, Culver City is the leader with our pipeline projects, and we have more than 100 units per 1,000 residents. So the highest per capita unit production is in Culver City, compared to Santa Monica, Beverly Hills, West Hollywood. Also, I'd like to just briefly point out, when we look at the neighboring cities, those numbers represented in orange, those are units from builders' remedy projects, meaning we don't have that. We have an adopted housing element, and we adopted our general plan and our zoning codes, so we have full implementation of our housing element. So we don't have any type of builders' remedy projects versus these other cities, which do, and that just limits their ability to regulate those types of projects. Next slide, please. Now I'd like to give a brief overview of where we stand with our 2024 housing element annual progress report. So starting at the bottom with that highlighted number 87, that is the number of units that we issued building permits for. So that is the number that the state counts as working towards meeting our RHNA, our regional housing needs allocation. So in 2024, we issued 87 building permits for new units. The bulk of those are ADUs, 80 ADUs, and the rest are a combination of single family, maybe some duplex, but the bulk of the new units are ADUs. Now, stepping up from that, looking at the next row above that, planning entitlements issued, we have 315. So what this is starting to show is the effect sort of the oncoming wave of new development. And taking a step up from that, we see we have over 1,800 units currently submitted in processing. And then finally, we get up to that 4,200 number of our overall pipeline. So again, what we're seeing is sort of the end of the business as usual, most of the units coming from ADUs, and sort of the beginning of the wave of the new development coming in. Next slide, please. And so in this table, what's represented is our housing elements 8-year period, starting in 2021, moving through 2029. And quickly, I'd just like to highlight that second column, the RHNA allocation by income level. So we're all probably pretty familiar with this number, 3341. And so about 2/3 of those units would be affordable units, and about 1/3 would be market rate. Now, moving on from there, starting where we are now in 2024, again, looking at that number of 87 units I have highlighted there. So in 2024, again, our biggest housing production was ADUs, 80 ADUs. Going back 1 year, 2023, again, the bulk of that number is ADU developments. Going back 1 year further, 2022, we see 2 different numbers on there. So again, the market rate, 93 units, the bulk of those, again, are ADU units. However, we have 73 affordable. That is representative of our Project Homekey site. And then going back 1 more year to 2021, 154 units. That is representative of a large number of ADUs, but then also a assisted living facility. So what the story is so far with Culver City is a high ADU production with the occasional special project, like a Project Homekey or assisted living, to kind of increase those numbers. Moving forward, what you're going to see starting in 2025 is a shift away from that pattern. We would still have most likely a high number of ADU production, but like I outlined in the previous tables, we're going to start seeing the shift of more multifamily coming into the city. And so more affordable units, more multifamily units, and that's going to increase again in 25, 26, kind of moving through the housing cycle. Now that we have the new zoning code, the new general plan, we're seeing this influx of units. So again, you're going to start to see a shift moving forward. And if you could do next slide, please. One thing I'd like to do is to kind of project out, based off of our pipeline projects, what it would look like. So assuming all of the pipeline projects got built at the affordability levels which we've identified, what I've done here on the bottom is to highlight that we would have almost 400% of the market rate RHNA. So we would have 384% of the market rate and about 29% of the affordable units. So again, that's kind of flip-flopped from the RHNA requirement, right? The RHNA requirement is about 2/3 affordable with 1/3 market rate. However, as we see when developments come forward, they're mainly market rate projects with density bonus or a set aside, a smaller percent, 10% or so. So again, looking forward, considering our pipeline units, if they moved all the way through the process, as of today, this is where we would stand with our RHNA. And of course, moving forward in 25, 26, 27, we probably get more applications, new projects coming in. So this isn't an overall projection of where we're going to stand at the end of the housing cycle. This is just looking where we are today in 2025. And so with that, that concludes my presentation, and I'll answer any questions that you have.
Councilor Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Evangelo. That was very helpful for us to understand. If you can go back to the slide with the table. So you mentioned that we're kind of flipped in terms of how much market rate we're building versus how much affordable we're building in terms of meeting our RHNA goals. So I just want to point out for folks that this very low and low income group that has the least number of units, or among the least number of units, we need to basically be building a very low and moderate income. We basically need to be building 78% of our housing units in order to meet this, to meet these numbers here. So that's just good to know in terms of Jubilo and other types of affordable projects that we're considering in order to meet state mandated requirements for housing. But I did want to ask you a quick question about the meeting the RENA numbers. Is it when the permits are issued that the number is considered met, or those units are considered counted?
Correct. So they track projects throughout the entire process. New applications, the state wants us to report on new applications, applications that are in planning. But once they're issued a building permit, that's when that unit is counted. So that's what's reflected in the table here is units that were issued building permits.
Understood. Thank you. And then I know that from your previous chart, you showed us in comparison with other cities that we look pretty competitive from like a total units, total units built perspective. Do you anticipate, let's say a lot of cities don't meet their RENA numbers, do you anticipate that the cities that, outpace other cities will have a different level or degree of builder's remedy applied to them, or will they all be subject to the builder's remedy in the same way, regardless of if they meet their numbers or not? Or, sorry, will they be all subject to the builder's remedy if they don't meet their numbers in the same way?
Let me try to answer this, and then I'll have our legal jump in if they like. From my understanding, the builder's remedy is enacted when you're out of compliance with your housing element. And so far, we are in compliance. We adopted the zoning at the appropriate levels to allow and facilitate enough development to happen to meet the requirements of RENA. So I don't know if at the end of the RENA process, by not achieving the final goal, if that necessarily triggers the builder's remedy, because I feel like there's going to be a lot of cities in that.
That's definitely my question.
Yeah.
So would just love clarity on that specific question. I understand it's in part, are you creating the environment to build that housing? But I also would just love to know if the housing doesn't get built with these numbers, what are the consequences? And should we start preparing in that event? Because it does look like we're pretty competitive with our surrounding cities that you mentioned there, but from a affordable housing perspective, the very low, low, and moderate here that we're showing, it looks like we're very far behind. So that's what I would like to better understand is, are there any preparations that we need to be making for that?
Councilmember, I'll look for others to jump in here, but I'm not sure we know what actions the state might take. Are you?
I'll jump in here. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Christina Burrows, Assistant City Attorney. As Troy said, our housing element obligates us to enact zoning that can accommodate our RENA. At this point, we have enacted zoning regulations that can accommodate, far in excess of our RENA. At this point, it's up to developers to come forward and propose projects that we hope will hit our RENA goals at the various affordability levels. But at this point, we have fulfilled our state mandated requirements to comply with our housing element, update our zoning code to accommodate more than the residential units that we were allocated in the last RENA process. If Culver City does not achieve the goals in each of the categories, as state law stands right now, we won't be out of compliance with our housing element. It's possible in the next RENA cycle that we will be allocated additional units. We might have to, I'm speculating, we'll have to see whether we can accommodate those units under our existing zoning or whether we have to tweak things. But as state law stands right now, unless we take other actions that will lead us to become out of compliance with our housing element, we would not face a builder's remedy project.
Thank you. Thank you for that information. And then finally, I just wanted to, just a general note of appreciation for the tracking of our general plan goals. I think that's really important, and the fact that it's going to be public and people are going to be able to see it. Thank you for your work to do that. And just going one step further, I would love to see that really explicitly noted in the work plan presentations. And I know that the work plans from each department are informed by the general plan, or I assume that's definitely a part of the process, but would even love to see those specific goals that we see in the general plan match or even be referenced in those work plan presentations in the future, just so we have confidence that, we made this really fabulous general plan and we're seeing every, piece of it in each work plan presentation. Just a note, something that I would love to see go further, how we can take this further as a city. But I really appreciate the information you provided here. Thanks. That's it for me.
Thank you. Councilman McMorrin.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. These slides are great. Are they going to be online somewhere? I always ask that question. I haven't asked it in a while, but these are great.
We can put them online.
Yes, wonderful. So now I have some more. I noticed that all of our home key units are counted here in 2022, and I know, or we all know, that half of them are permanent and half of them are temporary. So I guess it's just the construction that we're counting in terms of housing being available. Because wouldn't a more accurate assessment be that the half that is permanent housing to be appropriately counted and not the interim housing?
I think it's that it's built as permanent housing versus like a safe sleep site where it's temporary pallet housing. So I think there's the distinction.
Okay, but half of the residents are not supposed to be long-term. But I appreciate that there's a permitting distinction there because it is actual housing. And I just want to lift up, and I appreciate, and I know it was an incredibly heavy lift to update the housing element, but if we continue, and there's, we've clearly had to make a lot of efforts to support the creation of 95 or 93 affordable, low, very low housing in 2025. But if that did not go through, assumably, since we don't have any other 100% affordable housing projects in the pipeline, this would continue to just be a dash. So I guess my question is, aside from the zoning, is there anything that we're doing as a city to support and incentivize the top three in terms of income level, which is really the bottom three for income level?
Right. I think a lot of those units are from the state density bonus. That seems to be the tool. We do have our local one, which you'll probably hear more about tonight.
Right, yep.
And that fits sort of an in-between. The one that we're going to be looking at tonight, it's between moderate and market rate. It's the workforce housing. So it doesn't necessarily count under the RHNA because it's not a full low income. It's not moderate, low, or very low, but it falls in between.
And if I could jump in, Councilmember, under both the state density bonus and then I believe also parts of our tiered local density bonus, which will be considered tonight as PH2, if a developer proposes very low income units, they are able to take advantage of a full density bonus. So it's sort of a sliding scale. If you have a certain number of very low income units, you get to take advantage of all the density bonus benefits. And then if you have to provide a greater number of low and moderate units to get that same benefit. So that's a way that the state and also our local density bonus is trying to incentivize these, very low income units, of which we have a large goal.
For sure. Thank you for that. Thank you both for that. So I also wanted to lift up the pipeline chart, which I'm grateful we have so many in the pipeline. I do just also want to remind, for full context, we have not been building a lot of housing over the past 10 to 20 years in Culver City. It would be kind of interesting to see that juxtaposed with the other cities that are lifted up in terms of they might not have as much pipeline or demands because they might have built more housing. Because I know the state has a equation for how they're, or assessment for how they're asking for us to show up with these RHNA numbers. So I don't want to put more on your plate, but it might give a more complete picture as to why, so much activity might be happening or be planning to be happening in Culver City. But I just want to ask, and it's okay if you don't have an answer for this, but I'm curious as to if we know, based on just the projects that have come online over the past few years, what is the percentage of permitted or projects in the pipeline that make it from the initial pipeline all the way through? Do we have like a approximation or a percentage of the projects that actually, I assume that number is not 100%. So do we have an idea of what that looks like in Culver City on average in 2025?
We did not work through that analysis. That's something we probably could figure out. I know projects do change, the number of units change, and whether the project actually moves forward or not completely changes. So that's something we could look into.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your time and your work on this. Thank you.
Councilman Rivera? Yes, ma'am.
My question was answered. Thank you. Thanks for the presentation.
Thank you for that. And would you mind emailing this deck to, I assume all of us would want it, the presentation? Appreciate it. I just want to point out also that, going back to the comparison chart, that the other three cities had builder's remedy enforced upon them because they did not complete a housing element that was within compliance. So that's a big factor in units being built in those cities, for sure. I don't have any questions beyond what was asked, so thank you.
Mayor, can I ask one more?
Yeah.
Mr. Evangelo, we, during the work plan presentations, we asked a question of whether in the fabulous housing pipeline report that you guys make, if you could include the percent to RENA for these various stages, pipeline, permitting, all those things. Just wanted to uplift that request. If it's still possible, it would be super helpful because that report's been really enlightening.
It's on the to-do list, and we're working on it.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And can we get a report on C12?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Item C12 is consideration of an exclusive negotiating agreement with the Actors Fund Housing Development Corporation to negotiate a lease of city-owned property at 10401 Virginia Avenue for the construction of a mixed-use affordable housing project. C12 also includes a resolution declaring the Virginia lot to be exempt surplus property pursuant to the Surplus Land Act. Representatives from the Actors Fund are on the line and can answer questions about the project, and Director Munzer and I are also here to answer questions.
Thank you. Any other presentation, or we have one speaker, I believe?
We do.
Okay, sure.
Let's see.
Was there a speak card for somebody that wanted to speak about this, or would you like us to make a presentation?
We've got
James Richardson. James Richardson.
I don't know if he was a speaker or giving a comment.
As a speaker? Public comment.
Public comment.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I heard what was talked about earlier about the affordable housing. I want to just put out 2-3 questions. First off, who do I need to talk to about proposing? I know there's mixed use here in Bologna Creek, but about some of these new affordable housing projects. What can we do to make some of those housings co-op? And that's going to be something in the future that I'm going to propose. That's the second question. If I can make a proposal about what we can do to kind of solve the problem of funding for these projects, because I overheard that a lot. I want to know what's the process to go ahead and make that proposal. Yeah, I thought I was going to hear the presentation before I spoke, but I just want to see. So.
Okay, thanks, James. Okay. Anything to add, Mr. Munzer?
I do not. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Mark Munzer, Planning and Development Director. We do, Ms. Burrows had noticed that the applicant was online. They're actually in the room. They do have a presentation. You've seen it before, a variation of it. I believe they're happy to run through it real quickly if that would be helpful, or staff and applicant are here for questions. Thank you.
Council would like to see a presentation?
Okay, then if gentlemen could come down this way. Thank you.
Just run it.
Hi there. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, council members, my name is Keith McNutt. I'm the Executive Director of the Western Region of the Entertainment Community Fund. And I'll let you introduce.
And I'm Brian Wickersham, the architect of the project from Ox Architecture.
So I'll run through the first part of the presentation and then turn it over to Brian. So if you can go to the next slide. So the Entertainment Community Fund is a national nonprofit, and our mission is to help anybody who works in performing arts and entertainment anywhere in the country. And we really have a two-part mission. Part of what we do is to be a source of safety net emergency assistance when people are in need in crisis. The other half of what we do is to help people build a more stable and resilient life in the arts, which is where our housing work comes in. Next slide. We help anybody in TV, film, music, opera, dance, and theater, comedy, circus, and any role within those professions. Next slide. And we help because, like any gig workers in our economy, people's incomes are up and down, unpredictable. People often don't have benefits, and they're often far away from home and other family resources. And contrary to what most people think when they see superstars at the head of the marquee, most people who work in the entertainment industry are just middle-class folks and sometimes very low-income folks who don't have a lot of financial stability. Next slide. And we have been helping people in Culver City. We are a national nonprofit, but our Western region is based here in Los Angeles. And during the pandemic, we helped almost 300 Culver City residents with more than $180,000 in emergency grants. And that's mostly for people's rent, utilities, doctor bills, car payments when their income is low. And during the strikes, more than 70 people with about $50,000 in grants. So we're not located in here, but our heart is with the artists in this community. And that is just a list of all of the professions of the people in Culver City that we helped over the course of these two crises. One of the main reasons that we're actually here is because Gloria Kaufman, who has worked on the community center by the Venda Museum, has given us a significant gift to help us build 5 more affordable housing projects over the next 10 years around Los Angeles County. And so part of that money is pre-development money that comes into each project. The other half of the money goes into the project after it's built to subsidize the arts-based services that are going to be happening in the community space in each building. Part of it contributes toward their TI expense, and part of it goes into subsidizing their rent for the first couple of years while they're stabilizing. And she's called this her Gloria Kaufman Vision Fund because originally she wanted the housing to be combined with clinics for children with a very particular visual problem called strabismus that requires surgery before age 5 or can lead to blindness. She found that those the clinics are not really financially feasible, and so instead of that, we're going to be looking at an arts-based use in that community space, which she will name. She won't name the buildings, but she'll name the community space. And we've been talking to a couple of nonprofit partners about doing arts-based interventions with the residents in the building to bring together the multi-generational arts focus and also to provide some outward-facing arts work with seniors in the community. We do have our own Housing Development Corporation. We were founded in 1882 by people like Buffalo Bill Cody and P.T. Barnum and John Wilkes Booth's brother, Edwin. We were called the Actors Fund. We changed our name 3 years ago to the Entertainment Community Fund because we wanted everybody to know that we're here to help everybody who works in performing arts and entertainment. And our Housing Development Corporation would be the one executing this project. Top left is our first affordable housing units, 30 stories in Manhattan for seniors, low-income working people, and people with HIV. The second on the top right is a 212-unit building in Brooklyn called the Skirmerhorn. Lower left is in West Hollywood, 40-unit building, originally for people with full-blown AIDS, but now for people with any disabilities. And to the right is our nursing home and assisted living facility in Inglewood, New Jersey. Next slide. And then this is our latest project. On the left is the Hollywood Arts Collective. The Cicely Tyson residential building is right on Hollywood Boulevard. A few of you have seen it. It is 151 apartments, 100% affordable, 100% for low-income working people in the performing arts and entertainment. The building on the right is currently under construction. You see the lovely Gloria Kaufman marquee there. She is building a theater, which I believe is on the next slide. That building will be an arts center that has 2 galleries, a new home for LACSA, a new home for a visual arts gallery called Lace, and the Gloria Kaufman 71-seat theater. This just gives you an idea of the overall project with the arts building in the foreground and the residential in the background. You can go to the next. There's Gloria's Theater, which will be adaptable for both standard theatrical presentations and film and television. Next slide. And this is just one of our many friends. I think it's now time to turn it over to Brian to go over the project.
All right, you can go to the next slide. I'll be brief because I know we only had a limited amount of time, but if you can go to a slide with the rendering, I can hit on the key points of this. I think that the main thing is we're very excited about this project for a few reasons. One, that we love to do projects in Culver City, but two, this is a project that is really supporting the most vulnerable among us. I think it's really important to note, really on the heels of that amazing report that we just had about URENA numbers, that this is a 100% affordable housing project, and it is going to be spread between low, very low, and moderate income residents. I believe it's about 30% for low, 30% for moderate, and 40% for, 30% for very low, 30% for moderate, and 40% for low. And so this is really for the demographic that we were talking about earlier. You can go to the next slide. The project is designed as a 6-story structure. It has 77 units. We'll be utilizing state density bonus requirements to get some additional height for one more story of housing and a 33% bonus on the total number of units. Next slide. The project is designed to be responsive to the adjacent site on Ballona Creek, both with introducing gardens that go onto the roof, into the facade, and then a connection of a parkway that goes from Virginia Avenue down to Ballona Creek. And so we're really mindful of the plans for the community, for the greening of the Ballona Creek and the developments there. But most importantly, we're really excited about delivering 77 units to Culver City that is 100% affordable. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from anyone?
Thank you for the presentation. The renderings are really strikingly beautiful, in my opinion. I really appreciate the work you've put into this. My question is more for our staff and I guess maybe Director Munzer. The profile of the folks that would live here, the 30 to 80% AMI, is what I heard. How does that match with those who are currently using the Wellness Village project? I imagine they're probably not the same population. Is that right? Or
I don't know that because my department does not operate the Wellness Village. I don't know if anyone on staff can
I didn't
help
see
with
HHS
that.
here, but
There, I believe.
Hi, Director Barnes, right on time. I was asking because I'm just curious what our thought process is around. I know we have plans to sunset the Wellness Village in order to accommodate the project, so just curious what plans we have for those folks who would be living in the Wellness Village, and if there's any idea about how we might be able to maintain that capacity while still continuing the cost savings that I know we're planning on from retiring that project. So my question is really about what are we doing with the folks who live on the Wellness Village project, and if that's going to come to council, that's going to be a discussion or something. Thank you. And that's probably for you, Director Barnes. If it's not something we've discussed yet, then that's also a perfectly acceptable answer, because I know we have some time.
I can let you know that this has been discussed with planning and development, of course, housing and human services. We would, of course, need at least a year so that we can transition the folks at Wellness Village. Most of the folks at Wellness Village are 30 and below, so their incomes may be too low for this project. Plus, some of those folks may still need permanent supportive housing that provides a different level of service than what this project will provide. But the developer did mention that where appropriate, and if the person wants to reside there, they definitely would be welcome to be part of this project and go through the application process. But we, in Housing and Human Services, would need at least a year so that we can begin transitioning the folks from Wellness Village. And yes, you are correct. We would have an extensive conversation with council, but we would probably go to the subcommittee first to discuss it and really strategize with you and Councilmember McMorrin of how to best to sunset Wellness Village.
Thank you. That's the only question I have. I appreciate it.
Councilmember McMorrin?
I'm so excited. So glad to see you both here. Everything looks fantastic. All I ask is speed it up. We need these homes. What are y'all doing? No, thank you so much. Really appreciate you being here. Thank you for the presentation. Appreciate Director Barnes, Director Munzer. Thank you.
Councilmember? Vice Mayor.
Thanks for the presentation. Mayor O'Brien invited me to the project in Hollywood. I got a chance to visit it. It's amazing. Very excited for it. They're affordable units and for people in arts and entertainment. Is there any other criteria for people who will live in the building?
Right now, well, they're 30, 50, and 60% AMI, so that's the big criteria, but that's it. And we have talked to Mark and the staff about a percentage of people who would just be residents, who might not be artists, so there probably will be some sort of mix as we move forward in the conversation.
Great, thank you. And do we happen to know the land value of the Virginia lot?
No, not off the, I'm sure we have estimates, Vice Mayor, but I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay, I'll follow up with you.
We'll find out.
Great, thanks for the presentation. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you guys. Really excited, and I was thrilled to make acquaintance with you and bring this forward. And one other thing, when I walked the property or near it the other day with Mr. McNutt, there's an opportunity, I think, if we can just keep an eye on it, to potentially, since there's going to be public space that's adjacent to the creek, if we can just see if it's possible to have access off of Overland along the creek, if there's easement space, so that one doesn't have to go all the way to Virginia. It's kind of tucked away. It would be nice if that was a possibility.
Good idea.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for having us. It's wonderful to be here, and we're very excited to be working with all of you.
Great.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, and happy St. Patrick's Day.
Thank you, Brian. Okay. Do we need to pull anything, or can we vote all at once? I think we're good. Okay. I think we're going to vote for all 16, 17?
16. I have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Councilmember McMorrin to approve the entire consent calendar. Please vote. Let the record reflect that Vice Mayor Puza left the dais, and so he is absent from this vote. All present members have voted, and that motion passes 4 ayes.
Okay, now we are doing a couple public hearings. And I'm going to, do I start with the request for?
Mayor seeks a motion to receive and file the
Okay.
affidavit of the mailing, publishing, and posting of the public notice.
What the city clerk said, I seek a motion to receive and file the affidavit of publication.
I have a motion from Councilmember Vera, a second by Councilmember McMorrin. Please vote. All members who are on the dais have voted. That motion passes 4 ayes.
Okay, and I seek a motion to open the public hearing. Staff reports after.
For this purpose, the staff report is prior to the opening of the
Okay. I'm reading
public
off
hearing,
my cheat.
as per the staff report.
Sorry, I'm going off of an old cheat sheet. Thank you, Councilmember Rivera.
Ready? Red is hot.
Oh. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and community members. My name is Gabriela Silva, Associate Planner in the current Planning Division and the city's case manager for this project. Tonight, we will present the proposed citywide residential and mixed-use objective design standards, referred to as ODS, and associated zoning code amendment. City staff and Rincon, the city's consultant in this effort, are here to answer questions on this item. Next slide. Adopting ODS is essential. Next slide, please. Oh. Adopting ODS is essential for streamlining the development review process and providing certainty for applicants and the community about the quality of future residential and mixed-use projects. It is another tool to encourage housing by making the development process easier and more transparent. Adoption of ODS aligns with required state legislation on housing and mixed-use projects and implements measures and policies of the housing element and the land use and community design element of the general plan, while ensuring high-quality, neighborhood-compatible design. This is how the state's Housing Crisis Act defines the term objective. The proposed standards meet these requirements, and in summary, ODS removes subjectivity, thereby streamlining the review process by establishing clear standards upfront to make it easier for applicants to understand and apply when designing projects, and for city staff to apply when reviewing projects. Objective design standards differ from design guidelines, as the latter typically include subjective language such as should, may, encourage, and similar terms that are ambiguous and subjective. This creates challenges in the review process for applicants and staff and is inconsistent with state law. Accordingly, the ODS will supersede and replace existing design guidelines for the gateway and gateway-adjacent neighborhoods. Similarly, specific language in the zoning code will be removed to align with the ODS. As part of this process, a planning commission discussion was held to receive feedback on the desired content and approach. Oh, I'm sorry, next slide. As part of this process, a planning commission discussion was held to receive feedback on the desired content and approach to the ODS, as listed here. In addition, drafts of the ODS document were distributed to local developers and architects in August 2023 and November of last year to solicit feedback. The proposed ODS and corresponding zoning code amendment are in consideration of the feedback received. The ODS and zoning code amendment were presented to Planning Commission on February 12. Public comments included adding definitions for the terms ministerial and specific plan and eliminating prescribed colors for architectural styles of single-family homes. The Commission adopted a resolution recommending approval of the ODS, zoning code amendment, and CEQA exemption with the added definitions. And now John Moreland of Rincon will provide further detail on the content of the ODS document.
Thank you, Gabriella. Vice Mayor, council members, my name is John Moreland. I'm the Director of Community Planning with Rincon. Our goal for the objective standards document is to be flexible by allowing a variety of avenues for applicants to meet the requirements. We want to make standards clear and transparent. We also want to require good design practices without being burdensome and deterring development. These ODS, or objective design standards, are also in accordance with state law and can be modified in the future to accommodate new building trends, such as being adaptable for changing sustainability regulations. The objective design standards are divided into 5 main components: building location and orientation, building mass and scale, facade and architectural features, building materials and colors, and open space and landscaping. Slide, please. Objective standards that relate to location and orientation require that architecture faces the street. Also, pedestrian entrances have to be oriented to a street, a paseo, or a courtyard. Also, the standards add that if pedestrian entrances are located on a side yard, that there needs to be an alcove created to allow for building separation from the front door. Additionally, buildings shall be arranged to provide outdoor spaces, such as courtyards, pathways, and recreational areas. Slide, please. This exhibit shows how a developer could meet one of the menu-based requirements for building mass and scale. An applicant could provide either an upper floor step back, as shown on exhibit on the number 1 exhibit. It could provide a 3-volume massing. That's 3 different colors in item number 3. Or it could provide a vertical step back in the building face along the entire the entire front facade from the ground to the roof, and that's shown in item number 4. Slide, please. Objective standards also require storefront or stoops on major streets such as Washington or Sepulveda, and there are also requirements for windows or doors that face a public street that include enhancements such as trim, being recessed or grouped, or include a projection or awning, to name a few. The standards also include a menu of options for street frontage articulation that include items such as an arcade, recessed entries, landscape, or window boxes. The standards also regulate the maximum number of colors of materials a project can include. And the standards also include requirements for materials to change at logical points, such as an inside corner. Lastly, the objective standards also include requirements for a minimum number of landscape elements to be provided. An applicant can choose from a menu of items such as water features, decorative paving, seating, or pedestrian lighting. The standards also include design guidelines for a range of different architectural styles, or also allows the applicant to create their own architectural style as part of these objective standards. And I'll transition back to Gabriella. Thank you.
Thank you, John. When adopted, these standards will apply only to new residential and mixed-use projects, including projects involving 50% or more demolition of square footage and additions of 50% or more with a minimum of 1,500 square feet of additional floor area. To further assist applicants, submittal checklists will be available, including for other architectural styles. Applicants may request deviations from ODS, which may be granted by the corresponding approval authority. Deviations may also be requested as concessions or waivers when part of a density bonus project. Since ODS is separate from the zoning code, it can be updated as needed in the future by Planning Commission resolution. Based on the preceding and the required findings, staff recommends the City Council adopt a resolution approving the ODS and introduce the proposed ordinance for the corresponding zoning code amendment as shown in Exhibit A. That concludes the presentation. We're here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions to start? Councilmember Fish.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to Ms. Stednicki, Sylvia, and Jose Mendeville. Thank you for all your work on these really important design standards that are hopefully going to make multifamily housing more, easier to build and more prolific, more abundant. That is my understanding of the goal and something we desperately need. So just hats off to you for initiating this process. And what I'm seeing looks really positive. I just wanted to ask if about, small lot or lot subdivisions specifically. So, state law now, as of this past year, allows, actually as of SB 9 a couple years ago, but then now even more so, vacant single-family lots can be subdivided, and there can be more development on those lots. Is that something that these design standards take into account? Because what I saw was that in certain zones, right, in the single-family zones, like the density has to comply, obviously, with the zoning code density. So if I own a single-family lot, it's vacant or something, and I take advantage of these state laws and I subdivide the lot, would these design standards help me if I want to make a multifamily development in accordance with state law on that? Or is that a different process? Is that going to be a different set of design standards that we would see later?
Well, these standards could be used in a process as what you're referencing with the state legislation on subdivisions, but we do have a separate update coming as part of this comprehensive zone subdivision code update that will specifically address small lot subdivisions. But because those subdivisions currently, before that update, still have to comply with the development standards for that zone, these design standards would still be appropriate.
So these design standards need to match the zoning for that specific zone. Needs to match the density for that specific zone. So if you wanted to build more, for example, would you be able to and use these design standards, or would that need to be a new set of design standards?
You could still use these design standards
Okay.
because these standards are specifically for design. They don't impact intensity or capacity. The capacity is based on the development standards in the zoning code.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. And that's exciting that you're going to be looking into codifying how the city processes those subdivisions. That's what I'm hearing. That's exciting as well. And I think I'm going to leave it at that and turn it over to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McMorrin.
Nothing at this time. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Councilmember Ryan. Vice Mayor.
Thank you for the presentation. Thank you to staff as well, and the Planning Commission, and then all the people who reviewed it.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Thank you. There was extensive outreach and a lot of responses. I appreciate that. I just want to make sure that folks understand a lot of this objective design standards are based upon complying with state code, right? You can do that verbally.
Yes.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, I'm good with my questions. So now may I have a motion to open the public hearing?
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, waiting for a second. We have a second by Mayor O'Brien. Please vote. All members have voted, and that motion is approved unanimously. And we have one speaker for this public hearing.
Okay,
Two. We have two speakers.
two speakers.
Our first speaker is Jack Walter, followed by Kyle Patterson.
Good evening.
Mr. Walter?
Yes, can you hear me?
Just barely.
Just barely. How's that? Okay, I wanted to speak to item 2.4.1 in this document. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. This building mass and scale that are a part of the building design and architecture for the building mass and scale, I think is restrictive to architectures and good architects work, mandating certain kinds of setbacks or indentations in the building, or setting back masses as much as 15% or even 5%. It causes a movement in the building that may not be intended by the architect. I think a lot of the standards in this document is very good and very helpful and good guidelines. But architecture is a lot about mass and shape and size, and having a building that looks like a piece that was designed as one piece, rather than having parts stuck onto it or moved for the purposes of having movement in it. And I think it's just contrary to good architecture and good design to mandate that they have setbacks in certain portions of the building. So I would ask them to revisit that. You see a lot of buildings that we just saw, the building on the Bologna Canyon that everybody liked the way it looked, and that had no setback. It had a street wall straight up. You know, all the windows were facing the street. That doesn't have any setback on the upper floor, and it would be very similar to that. If you look at any of Frank Gehry's buildings, the one he just finished in Burbank that looks like the big iceberg, it doesn't have a hat on the top. It's just a building, and it ends to the roof line, a very roof line. It doesn't have that intended setback.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kyle Patterson.
Good evening, council members. My name is Kyle Patterson, and I'm here today to speak about this ODS right here. This is really good stuff. This evening, I've heard nothing but positive things when it comes to housing, California housing goals, just standards and things that need to be in place like that. And that's good. We need that right there. What's also important is the people that build them. It's very important. You all remember back in the days how the trades were in the schools. There's going to be more people coming. There's young folks growing up looking for opportunities. We want to make sure that we provide a good career opportunity for those folks too. Opportunity to live here, spend money here, and build here. It's very important to us. It's not just a personal thing for myself, but it's what we do today. It's going to leave the legacy behind and set the pattern for the next generations coming up behind us. Again, we're not being pigs about it. We just want to make sure that we teach the trades to the young folks, get them a livable wage, be able to live local, spend time with their families, and just set the standard, labor standards, apprenticeship programs, health care for their families. That's all I wanted to share with you all this evening. And I appreciate you for everything that y'all have done so far. Just keep up the good work, and just remember we look to you all for the guidance and stuff to make sure that we set the trend for the next group coming up behind us. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
That was the final speaker.
Okay, great. May I have a motion to close the public hearing?
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Vice Mayor Pusa. Please vote. All members have voted. That motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Any further discussion from council members? No? Good? Okay. Call a vote. We have a motion. to, let me get to the, have a motion to adopt a resolution approving citywide residential and mixed-use objective design standards and adopting an exemption under the California Environmental Quality Act, otherwise known as CEQA, pursuant to section 15061B3 and 15168C2, and introduce an ordinance approving city-initiated zoning code amendment P 2024-0310-ZCA, amending Title 17 zoning code of the CCMC to incorporate the objective design standards by reference and ensure consistency with the zoning code, and adopting an exemption under the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, pursuant to section 15061B3 and 15168C2.
And we've had a motion by Councilmember McMorrin and a second by Councilmember Fish. Please vote. All members have voted. And that motion passes unanimously.
Okay. On to P2, PH2. May I have a motion to receive and file the affidavit of mailing, publishing, and posting of public notice?
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Councilmember Fish. Please vote. All members have voted, and that motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Can we have a brief staff report?
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and the community members here and watching from home. My name is Jose Mendeville, Associate Planner in the current Planning Division. I am the city's project manager for this effort. We are presenting the city's density and other bonus incentives update, also referred to as DOBI. City staff and Rincon, the city's consultant, are here to answer questions. Next page. The primary reason for updating the city's DOBI ordinance is to incentivize more housing more quickly citywide. The city's housing element identifies the need for 3,341 additional units by 2029, which includes about 2,200 income-restricted units. We are making solid progress as we currently have almost 4,200 units in the development process, but we want more. This DOBI ordinance encourages affordable housing in amounts exceeding state minimums, prioritizes housing near transit, ensures the update complies with the recent state legislation, and fulfills general plan housing and land use element policies and goals. Next slide. City staff and our consultant were involved in numerous outreach efforts to inform the public about the DOBI ordinance, including engaging over 100 people at the August 2023 Fiesta La Bayona, distributing a housing survey, having in-person and virtual public outreach events in conjunction with the general plan update outreach efforts, and directly contacting interested parties such as developers who have projects in the city. Next slide, please. As part of outreach efforts, we held a planning commission workshop last spring, and input from the commission is reflected in the draft ordinance, such as incentivizing 3-bedroom units and having housing production near transit. The proposed DOBI update was presented to the Planning Commission on February 12th, and they unanimously recommended the City Council approve the ordinance, but also recommended the Council consider extending the affordable unit income restriction period. John Molan of Rincon will discuss that further in his portion of the presentation. I will now turn over the presentation to John.
Thank you, Jose. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. Again, my name is John Moreland, Director of Community Planning with Rincon. Culver City Density Bonus is an incentive-based program consisting of 2 main categories. The tiered density bonus, which is similar to the City of Los Angeles's program that provides bonuses for projects that include more affordable housing and for projects that are closer to transit. And there's also the community benefit bonus, which is very similar to the city's existing community benefit program. Next slide, please. The tiered density bonus program is divided into 4 tiers. Tier 1 is a project that would just meet the minimum state law, state density bonus requirements, and as such, no additional bonus is granted. Tiers 2 through 4 are granted an increasing density bonus depending on the location of the project and the amount of affordable housing that is provided as part of the project. Slide, please. This is a map depicting the different tiers. Tiers 1 and 2 would be eligible throughout the entire city. Tiers 3, that's in the aqua color, that is within a half mile of a high-quality transit corridor as defined by the state. And Tier 4 is within a half mile of a transit priority area. Slide, please. This slide shows the different community benefit bonuses that would be available under this ordinance. These bonuses would then be combined with the tiered bonus program. In order to qualify for this bonus, though, a project would need to meet at least a Tier 2 bonus, meaning that an applicant would have to provide at least 50% above the minimum density bonus category in order to qualify. And just kind of tie this to the earlier presentation, that would be the very low, the low, and the moderate categories. These bonuses in this ordinance also include workforce housing, projects that have more than 10% of 3 or more bedroom units. It provides bonuses for childcare facilities, publicly accessible open space, neighborhoods serving retail establishments, and bus shelters. The ordinance also includes updates to concessions and waivers and other updates that are required by state law. Slide, please. Now, the next few slides will illustrate how these bonuses are implemented and how they layer with each other in state law. This is a sample project. It's completely theoretical in the mixed-use zone, 0.5 acres, with a base density of 65 units per acre. So it comes out to 56 base units. This project would have 10% very low-income units, 10% workforce units, 11% 3-bedroom units, and be located within a transit priority area. Slide, please. So with the state bonus, by providing 6 very low-income units, the project would be granted 19 state density bonus units. Slide, please. Combined with a local tier bonus, that would grant an additional 5 units. Slide, please. And then with a community benefit bonus of providing the 6 workforce housing units as well as 11% 3-bedroom, an additional 4 bonus units would be allowed. Slide, please. And so what that would result, it would be a project that would result in 84 total units, 28 of which are bonus units. And the city would get out of that 12 income restricted units, 6 at very low income, and 6 at workforce. Slide, please. Oops. The recommendation from the Planning Commission included a request for council to extend the affordable housing covenants from the state minimum from 55 years to a 99-year covenant or in perpetuity. We have conducted research, and it's not very common to go beyond the state 55-year minimum. Only the cities of Davis and Berkeley have requirements for in perpetuity covenants. Also, the Housing Authority of the City of Los Angeles does enter into 99-year agreements, but only for 100% affordable projects. We have heard also that terms in excess of 99 years may limit a developer's ability to secure financing and be able to finance projects. And also, as part of our reaching out to developers, we've heard back that anything more than the state minimum could be burdensome and may make the project infeasible. And with that, I'll hand it back to Jose.
Thank you, John. Jose Mendeville again. I just wanted to mention a few highlights of the Dobie process. The ordinance requires an affordable housing plan and affordable housing agreement, which include how units are distributed in a project, income levels for affordable units, and how an affordable housing development will be monitored. It also includes detailed application requirements, providing clear direction for what developers should submit, demystifying the process. The Adobe user guide is included in attachment 8. It walks you through the process with illustrated flow charts and helps calculate potential bonuses. Next slide. Based on the preceding information analysis, staff recommends the council approve and introduce the Adobe chapter as shown in Exhibit A of the ordinance. That concludes the presentation. We are here to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. All right. Any questions from council members?
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. I really appreciated visually seeing the bonuses stacking on top of each other. That was helpful. Can you help us understand the definition of workforce housing as related to our workforce housing bonus or the community benefit, right? Thank you.
Yes. So the workforce housing would be from projects that are 80% AMI to 140% of the area median income. For moderate income units or only for sale for housing, the 80 to 120% AMI. So the workforce would cover pretty much 80 to 140% of the rental.
And is there a requirement that those folks work in Culver City?
No, so that is just a definition that is that's currently in the existing code. The existing code is from 80 to 129%. So we just carried over that same definition.
Okay, thank you. And what did you say made it go to 80 to 140, or what was the trigger for that? It's mainly the area income and the affordability housing. We thought based on research for workforce housing and that income level that it was appropriate to increase it from 129 to 140%. Okay, so the definition we're using is to 140.
Yes.
Okay.
Or yes, the definition in this proposed ordinance.
Okay, got it. Thank you. And then I was curious, did you say there was a threshold for affordable units in order to take advantage of the community benefit? Does the project have to have a certain number of affordable units in combination with the community benefits that you listed?
That is correct. So essentially, in order to meet the community benefit bonus, a project would also have to meet at least a tier 2 bonus. So tier 2, 3, or 4 would then make a project eligible for a community benefit bonus.
2, 3, or 4. Okay. Thank you. And the one thing I would love an understanding of is just how much this is different than our existing local density bonus. I understand it's a different system entirely with the tiers, but do you have do you quantitatively have any estimate of like just how much more this bonus will allow us to produce? And is there any way we can quantify it?
Well, the existing ordinance follows pretty much state density bonus law. So in that in the slide with the kind of the escalating, just that first tier is anything that's granted. So it's 19 units. So in that scenario, this would provide additional 9 units beyond that. So it would roughly, and it would vary depending on how many programs, but it would go probably as low as 4% for ones that just touch the ordinance, but it could potentially go upwards of 50% additional.
So going beyond the state's density bonus that they define, that's all of that is what's new here.
Correct.
Thank you. So basically tier 2, 3, and 4.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have right now.
Councilmember McMillan?
Nothing for me, thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Guerra? Vice Mayor? No questions? Yeah, I'm good for now. Okay, can I get a motion to open the public hearing?
Can I ask one more question before that? Apologies, sometimes it comes right at the end.
Sure.
I understood the hesitations around the 99 years suggestion from the Planning Commission. I'm curious if we might be able to benefit from a larger conversation around that where we can see both sides of that issue. And I understand it's not common, from the presentation, it's not particularly common, but I have seen some arguments that it would preserve affordability for a long time. Some folks have said it would basically allow us to have essentially rent-controlled units without any downside in terms of housing production. So I just want to kind of hear both. I would love to have a forum where we could hear that concept and whether we, and the information from both sides so we can make a decision about whether to take that recommendation. I don't know if my colleagues have any feelings on that.
Are you all able to speak to that now?
We have anecdotal information that we can share. I think really the main issue is that we've seen studies that show that from a financial perspective, there's not necessarily a disadvantage, but I think we've understood that there's really a perception issue, and if developers believe that it may affect the project, then it may have an effect on their interest level in developing here versus another city that doesn't have a more stringent requirement. Also, we do have a concern that perhaps the state housing department might have a concern that we're creating an additional burden that would serve as a barrier for projects to move forward with affordable housing. And one other thing I wanted to mention is that in a staff report, we referenced that the Housing and Human Services Department was in favor of increased time limits, but actually Director Barnes has a little bit more of a nuanced response to that now. So I'd like to ask her for her input.
Just coming in.
While she's making her way down here, can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
Do we know, you mentioned Davis and Berkeley changed their policy or ordinance. Do they have issues with financing in either of those cities?
So, in our opinion, Davis wasn't really that comparable. Davis is a suburb of Sacramento, and so it was predominantly kind of single-family homes, and their ordinance was more geared towards kind of moderate income, single-family production, kind of like tract home development. So we didn't really find that was that, but we didn't get information back from Davis either. But we did hear back from Berkeley. Berkeley does not require the additional the covenants for 100% affordable projects, but only for the essentially the density bonus projects. So that would essentially be tiers 2 through 4, excluding the 100% affordable. The feedback that we just got, but couldn't ask any follow-up questions, so just right before this, was that they didn't see any slowing, at least in their city.
Thank you. Thanks. Director Barnes.
First, if I could just take a moment to kind of give you a little bit of history and covenant requirements, particularly with HCD and the former redevelopment agency. So initially, when I started this quite some time ago, 30 years ago, the covenant requirement was only 10 years for rental, 15 years for rental and 10 for ownership. Then in about 2020, HCD changed it to 55 years for rental and 45 for ownership. During that time, we did see a bit of a dip because developers did not want to take on those additional years. And we also saw a dip in our rehab projects because, again, developers did not want to take on those additional years. It would be remiss of me as the Housing and Human Services Director to not, of course, always want to see as long as possible encumbrances on properties to preserve affordability. But to go from 55 to 99, I think a lot of developers will have difficulty with that, and I think securing financing will be difficult because that would far exceed any instrument that could measure repayment or that could measure whether or not the property is being maintained as affordable, because no one would be around to even begin to test it to see if that's truly happening. And plus that asset would become so old, no one would keep it beyond 55 years. That would be beyond the life of most buildings. So I don't see most developers or anyone who financed it would be comfortable with the 99 years. But that's my assessment.
I appreciate that. I appreciate your professional expertise on that because, yeah, it's important that we don't disincentivize affordable housing development. That's the whole point of what we're doing this for. I would still be, just based on what we heard about Berkeley, how it did not slow down development there, or at least that's what they're reporting. I'd be interested in a discussion of it so we can see, the arguments from both sides.
I would add,
Yeah.
though, you would really need to look at your product to make sure they're apples for apples. A project like Tilden Terrace, which was on city land, or former redevelopment land, which is a tax credit property, which was largely financed with old redevelopment money. You could see 99 years on that because it was all public funds and public land. But if you're looking at a product such as a density bonus product, that's largely a market product, it might be different. So when you do your investigation, I would look to see you're looking at apples to apples. If you're looking at largely public financed and public land products versus something that's really relying upon the open market, you're going to see two different things. Because again, with public, we're not interested in necessarily getting back that loan, and we own the land. And so there was probably no cost to the developer for the land versus if you're dealing with a product that's created in the market. I would suggest that when you look at that comparison, you look at both the different types of product.
Yeah, I understand your point. Those are very different scenarios, trying to get a private developer to...
Yeah. And look at Globe as well. That was public land that we bought from another public entity with public dollars. Very different product than something that you would see that's completely market-driven.
Thank you, Director Barnes. I think that's all I have
Okay.
on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kind of motion to open the public hearing.
I have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Vice Mayor Puza. Please vote. Noting that Councilmember McMorrin has stepped away from the dais. That motion passes 4 ayes, absent Councilmember McMorrin. And we have 2 speakers? 1 speaker now.
Okay.
James Richardson.
Ms. Barnes, I actually really appreciated her perspective, and I just really wanted to hear the thoughts about it. The only thing I really want to add to it, just get a flip side of how this may work. Typically, when you want to see, I don't want to say the word change because, some things don't really change. It's more so you're restoring something. And the way you begin to see something that you haven't seen in a generation, you present ideas and you present actions that not only is building physical structures, but is also really building the morale of the people to actually see those possibilities and to actually, see each other's blind spots. That there's actually a different opportunity that you didn't see before that is actually present. And when you begin to see that, a lot of people will, you won't, think something was wasteful or it was pointless or it's something to complain about. It was actually worked right in everyone's favor. I just want to put that in perspective. I hear there is a 88 Cities Summit that's coming up this week. I do want to ask if anyone can maybe help me go see that, because I think LA really needs a morale boost about the possibilities while we're trying to rebuild a city that's just been ravaged by wildfires. I think that's coming up this week. That's all I got to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson. Okay. Can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
We have a motion by Councilmember Fish, a second by Councilmember Vera. please vote. All members have voted. Motion passes, 5 ayes.
Okay, thank you. Any further comment from my colleagues? No?
I'll say, I just literally, sorry, I put a little sugar in my mouth, trying to stay up. Anyway, thank you again for the presentation. I'm a little torn, I'll just be honest. So I would, like to go much further to preserve affordability as much as possible in Culver City, knowing what we know about the data that we have right now. I'm sorry, I sound like this. But I do appreciate what Director Barnes is lifting up and what information we're having from the cities that have implemented these more extended time periods or perpetuity time periods. So I wonder if there's a way for us to implement and check in to see how things are going, since we have control over our own data and we know sort of what the norm is for us. If we were able to implement and monitor for maybe 2 to 3 to 4 years and see if it is decreasing, increasing, no impact, based on whether things are in the pipeline, if we're seeing more or if we're seeing a decrease, just because it is difficult to compare apples to apples. But if we did adopt a shift and notice if we saw more or less or the same, it would allow for us to see with the intention of supporting the preservation of affordable housing in our community. So I'm curious if colleagues are open to that, given the concerns that were lifted up this evening and the desire to support affordable housing in our community. So I just want to lift that question up. Thank you.
Councilmember, I would support that and having just a conversation about potentially extending the covenant for a period of time and measuring as you've talked about. I would just be interested in seeing all of that data, the data in the anecdotal and real experience that Director Barnes shared, but also some more hard data from what we heard from City of Berkeley and anything that can be shared on that side as well.
Before we do the nodding, I do want to just weigh in my thoughts on extending the covenant time. 55 years is a long ways out, and I'm pretty certain, I don't have it in front of me, but demographic data shows that the U.S. population is going to be, decreasing, within that time. We just don't know. It's too far out to know what an impact a decision we make today, if it'll be necessary or if it'll negatively impact what's happening beyond 55 years. And I don't think we should be projecting out that far with decisions we make today regarding that. That's just my thought.
Can I have a quick question?
Yeah.
Just for staff. So the recommendation that's stated here in the binder for option A, would that be the 55-year?
Emily Stadnicki, current planning manager. Yes, that would be. We're proposing 55 years.
Okay. I got a motion on the table for that, Mayor.
Okay. Yeah, comment.
I support the adopting the ordinance as is, but I'm also open to a study about how to further incentivize and preserve affordability at a future date.
All right, so that can be a separate motion. I'm going to make a motion to, and then we can maybe agendize that.
I think there's 3 nodding heads anyway on that, but it sounds like. But yeah, let's vote and then
Sure.
do that. Okay. Would you like me to read?
Sure.
Okay. That the City Council adopt a finding of the consistency report demonstrating the DOBI ordinance is consistent with the certified EIR for the final Culver City General Plan 2045 and zoning code update in attachment 2, and approve and introduce the new DOBI ordinance, replacing the current DOBI ordinance in its entirety, and add definitions to CCMC Title 17, zoning for terms that are in the new DOBI ordinance as stated in Exhibit A of the draft ordinance in attachment 1.
And I have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Mayor O'Brien to adopt as stated. Please vote. All members have voted. The motion passes. 4 ayes, 1 abstain. Abstain from Councilmember McMorrin.
And then there's a request on the floor.
Yes, I was interested in adopting with the goal of measuring to see what it might look like to extend, lifting up Councilmember Fish's initial request to have a conversation about the data that is available from other cities that are including this practice. I think it would be helpful to have that information. Well, folks have already moved forward, but I thought it would be helpful to have that information as we move forward.
Seconded.
Is this a motion or a direction?
The direction?
What does staff need it to be?
Direction.
Okay. So do you need a consensus for direction, or?
I'll defer to the city attorneys.
Just the 3 nodding heads is sufficient for that.
Okay.
And we have 3 nodding heads with Councilmember McMorrin, Councilmember Fish, and Vice Mayor Puza.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for your presentation, and all your work. Moving on to A1.
It's like a line change in hockey. Swap everybody out.
Great analogy.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council. Mike Bruckner, Assistant City Manager. I'm joined this evening by City Clerk Jeremy Bocchino, Chief Financial Officer Lisa Soger, and Deputy City Attorney Mike Cobden. The item before you this evening is a discussion of a declaration of fiscal emergency and the placement of a proposed quarter-cent sales tax measure on the ballot at an upcoming election. At the February 10th, 2025 City Council meeting mid-year budget review, the City Council received a presentation indicating that, based on current general fund revenue and expenditure projections, the city's 10-year financial forecast shows that the structural deficit first identified in the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget has widened. The projected general fund deficit for the current year is estimated at $35.3 million. The data also showed that general fund reserves are projected to decrease from $151.4 million in the current fiscal year to $10.4 million in fiscal year 2034-2035. At the March 4th, 2025 City Council meeting budget work plan session, upon further deliberation, the City Council directed staff to return with a discussion of a proposed quarter-cent sales tax ballot measure. As indicated in the staff report, the current sales tax rate in Culver City is 10.5%, which includes both state and local sales tax apportionments. In 2023, LA County sought and received a local sales tax cap exemption from the state legislature, AB 1679, referenced in the staff report, for Measure A, which repealed and replaced Measure H's quarter-cent sales tax with a half-cent sales tax for homeless services and affordable housing production. Measure A was approved by voters in November 2024. Because Measure A is exempt from the local cap, the quarter cent previously allocated for Measure H is now available to any taxing jurisdiction, which includes Culver City, LA County, or LA Metro. Based on financial projections, a quarter cent sales tax measure would generate approximately $5.6 million annually in additional revenue. To enact a new tax measure, the California Constitution requires that any proposed general tax be approved by a majority of voters at a regularly scheduled general municipal election for the City Council, except in cases of emergency declared by a unanimous vote of the governing body. Should the City Council find that Culver City is in a fiscal emergency based on the structural deficit in the general fund and the projected depletion of reserves within the 10-year window, the City Council could call for an election to place a sales tax measure on any statutorily defined election date under the California Elections Code. Based on our review of the state elections code, 4 potential election dates have been identified for the City Council's consideration. The first option is the Tuesday, August 26, 2025 all-mail ballot election. This option would provide every registered Culver City voter to receive a mail-in ballot prior to the election, similar to the protocols implemented during the COVID-19 pandemic. Since this election date is not a statewide or local election date, the city clerk's office would be responsible for administering the election with support from an elections consultant. The estimated cost for this option is approximately $500,000. For a sales tax measure to be placed on the ballot for the August 2025 election, this option requires a declaration of fiscal emergency by unanimous vote of the City Council. Additionally, the Culver City City Charter, Section 1505, allows the City Council, by ordinance, to conduct elections wholly by mail. Included in the staff report is a draft ordinance for the City Council to consider for an all-mail election in August 2025. It is important to note that adopting the ordinance would not change future elections to all mail, but would allow the city to conduct the August 26, 2025 election by mail as required by the Elections Code. The second option is Tuesday, November 4th, 2025, which is a local election date. LA County could conduct this election with the city responsible for the full cost on a fee-for-service basis. The city clerk's office contacted...
Sorry to interrupt you. You said that date a little quick. Can you just repeat it one more time? The second date, I missed it.
The second date?
Yes, please. Thank you. Apologies for interrupting.
The second option is Tuesday, November 4th, 2025, which is a local election date. LA County could conduct this election with the city responsible for the full cost on a fee-for-service basis. The city clerk's office contacted LA County for a quote, and the estimated cost for this option is $1.3 million. This option also requires a unanimous declaration of fiscal emergency. The third option is the statewide primary on Tuesday, June 2nd, 2026. This election would be administered by Los Angeles County, and the estimated cost is $200,000. This option also requires a unanimous declaration of fiscal emergency. The final option is the general election scheduled for Tuesday, November 3rd, 2026, which coincides with Culver City's general municipal election for City Council. LA County would administer this election, and the estimated cost is $200,000. Unlike the first 3 options, this election does not require a declaration of fiscal emergency to place a sales tax measure on the ballot. Finally, as noted in the staff report, if there are 2 competing ballot measures for the same tax increment at the same time, the measure with the highest affirmative vote total would prevail. Under this scenario, if both Culver City and LA County sought the same tax increment at the same election and both measures were approved by voters, the increment would be directed to LA County as their countywide vote total would exceed the city's vote total. At some point, it is likely that LA County or LA Metro will seek a sales tax measure at a future election. Given the city's current fiscal condition, maintaining local control of locally generated revenues will help to support and maintain current service levels. Therefore, staff recommends that the City Council provide direction on a declaration of fiscal emergency, provide direction on a proposed quarter-cent sales tax measure, provide direction on a preferred election date, If desired, provide direction to the city clerk with a resolution calling for an election, and introduce the proposed ordinance to conduct an all-mail ballot election. This concludes my presentation, and my colleagues and I are available to answer any questions.
Thank you, appreciate it. How many commenters do we have?
4.
Okay, let's go ahead and hear from them, and then we'll do round table here.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and call our speakers so they can get prepared. Our first speaker is Deanna Newell, followed by Melissa Sanders, Eric Metz, and Candace Pilgrim Simmons. Our first speaker is Deanna Newell.
Hi, just trying to figure out how to unmute. Happy St. Patrick's Day. This is Deanna. I'm deeply concerned about the deficit I learned about in last week's city council meeting. Through the previous city council's lack of oversight, apparently we now have a deficit in our city that now will require this increase in our sales tax. So basically, the city council pushed us into a deficit, and now the taxpayers have to fix this. Rather than trying to balance our budget, they're pushing this onto us. But even worse, even though we're in this fiscal emergency, city council is now looking to lend, or should I say give, $16 million to CCSM for the affordable housing project. We've already given them millions, and now they need more, and we do not have it. So basically, council's asking taxpayers to cough up the money not only for the deficit, but also now for this housing project. This is not responsible, and it's very shady. Our city council is supposed to have the residents' interests at heart. What about how existing residents might be struggling financially? Just because we live here and managed to find a way to buy a house in this city years ago does not mean that we are rolling in money. I think it's really awful that our council is fine to put its existing residents in a worse financial situation by imposing this sales tax to help people that are not even our own residents. What services and staff are now going to have to be cut from our budget to pay this grant to CCSM? I can hear the promotion for this ballot measure now. We need to vote for the sales tax, otherwise city services will need to be cut. How about if we don't give CCSM $16 million? How about we find a way to make the existing taxes we pay work for those services? And how about city council thinks about its current residents and puts them first before taking on an even bigger debt? I implore you, if you are even contemplating a sales tax increase, then there is no reason we should be giving out $16 million. Stop and think about your current constituents and the duty that you have to them. Residents will not approve this in the end if it's basically going to pay for Jubilo. Thank you.
Hi again. Obviously, you guys are going to do what you're going to do. Uh, what I didn't mention before is that part of the reason we're probably in this is we spent $6 million on a building. Again, for, we really want to do this reasons, and I get it. It's really fun to do the stuff we want to do, but we're spending money we don't have. So now you're going to put a tax on because you guys spent money that we don't have. And that building is sitting there doing zero. It's not bringing in any kind of revenue, and that really should be your focus. How do we get our $6 million building that you spent another few $100,000 making look pretty to bring in some kind of revenue? So I would like there to be some exploratory options. I know the 3 there are going to, vote it in, if not all 5 of you, but you have to start looking at what is really needed. And I will implore you again, no studies, no, grants that we have to pony up a huge percentage again. You need to look at what we are already doing and how we can make that less of a huge burden to a 40,000 person teeny tiny city. Whatever you can do to reduce your budgets without taking away the safety, security, and services of our people. That's the most important thing. You are elected officials, and you need to do what's best for all of us, not just a teeny few. That's what you are there for. I implore you to please look at the options that we have, put aside anything we don't absolutely need, and move forward. Because hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars
Your
in
time has
different
expired.
studies
Thank
and
you.
things keep coming up and reports and
Yes, hello, my name is Eric Metz. Can everybody hear me? Beautiful. What I've seen here in my 15 years here being a resident here of Culver City is that multiple boards have had a lot of compassionate spending. There's a lot of passion, there's a lot of reasoning for everybody to become a council member, but overall, everything that's spent 5, 10 years ago, still has a cost. And the need to think forward on whether or not it's a project that the city could afford, not just now in the time, but making sure that we have funds available and also reserves available so that we can be a strong financial fiscal city. There's also a lot of approvals for, that in addition to the passion projects, but for other people approaching the city for money for projects that are one-time use program, or to shut down a street with taking the residents that are along that street, for their conscious, approval for it. Also, there's a lot of undeveloped land in the city that has remained undeveloped for 5+ years. That over those 5+ years, if that land could be developed quickly, would be drawing a lot of city and state income tax, and also sales tax that would help fund the city. But it just sits there with no emphasis, no push from the city to get that land developed so that we can utilize those tax funds appropriately. It all sounds great to want to approve a lot of projects.
Your time
but
has expired.
No money.
Thank you.
Ms. Candace Pilgrim Simmons.
Good afternoon, council members and mayor. As a small business owner and a resident in Culver City, I'm deeply concerned about this discussion of the quarter sales tax increase. On April 1st, the sales tax will be raised by a quarter here in Culver City, taking it to 10.5% in the midst of a very challenging time. This comes on the heels of the recent business license tax increase, adding yet another financial burden to our local retailers who are already struggling to recover from the pandemic without any assistance from the city. Culver City is already one of the most expensive cities to do business in. This additional cost makes it harder to acquire and retain new customers. Shoppers are very price conscious, and raising the sales tax pushes them to spend elsewhere, especially online and in neighboring cities with lower tax rates. If grants and relief programs aren't available in our city to offset the impacts to our businesses, the city should at least consider not adding barriers to business success. We need policies that support local businesses, not drive them out. I'm not for cutting the budget, but the spending needs to be considered and adjusted to meet the needs of the deficit. I urge you to avoid this tax increase, especially since I didn't see any type of financial relief to help small businesses stay afloat in the budget. Let us rebuild without taxing our clients. Our local economy depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's have questions and comments from council members. Councilmember Fish.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Bruckner, for your presentation. Just to clarify, if we did pursue the quarter-cent sales tax, does that prevent, in that, you know, we reach our limit as a city, would that, how does that impact the county, metro, from potentially wanting to propose a new sales tax measure for an upcoming ballot, say in the general election or in a primary?
Yeah, thank you for that question. If the city places a quarter-cent sales tax measure on the ballot and it is approved by voters and our sales tax increases from 10.5 to 10.75%, that would be the statutory limit. That would be the statewide cap. It wouldn't preclude the county or metro from placing a measure of their own on an upcoming election, but it would not apply to Culver City unless, like what they did for Measure A, they sought an exemption from the cap from the state legislature. If they were granted that, then it would apply. But if they were not given that by the legislature, whatever increase was approved by the county or metro would not apply to Culver City.
Thank you. So we would have to, the state would have to grant another increase, not just for Culver City, but for the county as a whole, in order to allow, if the county or metro wanted to also add a sales tax measure.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And then, you know, it's not really controversial to say, I don't think that sales taxes are generally regressive. They harm or tend to be more expensive for people who are lower income. Even though the percentage is the same, they tend to represent a larger portion of you know, folks' pocketbooks who are lower income. We heard from 2 business owners who are concerned about it. I've heard about, you know, from business owners. Has the city done any analysis of this particular, you know, strategy in terms of how it impacts? You know, I know a fourth of, or from what I've seen, nearly a quarter of Culver City's households are low income. Has the city performed any kind of analysis on how sales tax measures tend to impact them?
To my knowledge, the city hasn't performed any of those measures. I mean, there's, you know, a lot of economic studies out there that talk about those kinds of things. We did take a look at, you know, sales tax in the county. There are a number of cities that are already at that 10.75% cap, so it does already exist elsewhere. And, you know, we're not hearing from those jurisdictions that it's, you know, creating, you know, some type of issue, you know, in that regard. But certainly I think there is a general understanding that, you know, there is that regressive nature to the tax.
Thank you, Mr. Bruckner. Appreciate it. I'm going to pass it over.
Okay, thanks. Councilmember McMorrin.
Thank you. Thank you to the commenters. I appreciate Councilmember Fish lifting up the fact that sales tax are regressive and the disparate impact on families who are lower income. I was planning to lift that up. I did have a question around when our current sales tax sunsets, or is this just creating an opportunity for, oh, hey, CFO Soger, didn't see you sitting there.
Good evening. Are we good? Okay. Our measure, one of our sales tax measures, we have 2. The existing quarter cent, which is Measure C, does not have a sunset. But Measure CC, which is a half-cent sales tax, does have a sunset in 2033. And that's why in those forecast models I prepared for the mid-year budget, there was a sharp decline in revenues that correlated to a larger deficit in those years, in like 2034 and 2035.
Yes, thank you. Those were very helpful. I appreciate you lifting those up and sharing where we are with our sales tax and when things are sunsetting or not. And do we have have we done any outreach to our county partners around when or if they might be putting any potential things on any ballots coming up? Has any outreach occurred?
Council member, we have not. We've been hesitant to do so, not wanting to signal our interest.
Okay, I appreciate you lifting that up. So I'll lift up, my concern is that I appreciate our assistant city manager lifting up the dates of the viability, the cost of the potential dates for election. My concern is that when we typically do polling around specific things, we know that more general elections will lead to more progressive voters that tend to support something like a sales tax. If it could be, if the, messaging would have to be careful, but off-cycle in elections that, are, let's say, mail-in ballot only and low information, my concern is that we would spend money and would not get the desired result as a result of what we know about the voters who might be likely to vote in an election like that. So I guess, I don't know. I would hope that our county partners, that we could have a conversation so that hopefully we wouldn't have to spend as much money, or they could just be honest with us about their plans and we could plan accordingly. But my concern is that we plan for something, there's low turnout, and the results are not, I know no one here has a crystal ball, but polling is helpful. And if it's an arbitrary date that isn't aligned with any other events happening or any other elections happening, that's going to be a specific kind of voter that hypothetically that would likely not support an additional tax. So, that's my concern coming into this conversation this evening. Generally, since we seem to be unable to have any other conversations about the budget, this seems to be the only area that we were able to have consensus to move forward. I think that is, opportunity for us to move forward, but I would like for us to be successful. It seems like we're putting all of our eggs in this basket that if we have it at the wrong date, or if the county decides to do something and we're not working in coordination with them or in communication, I don't like these odds. But those are my thoughts as it pertains to this item. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the report. I don't know that it's wise to bring in the county in this conversation, especially since it's almost certain that either them or Metro are going to capitalize on this at some point or another. I think it's wise of the city, of us, to move forward with this ASAP, considering the lack of fiscal responsibilities of some. I think it's vital that we capitalize on this now, that we jump on it, because more certain than ever, I really believe that the county and Metro will definitely jump on this. So I'm out for option one, putting this on the ballot ASAP. Yeah, that's it for me for right now, Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Pusa.
Yeah, thanks. Will there be polling done?
Vice Mayor, there can be.
Okay.
I'd like to just add one thing, if I may. To put things simply, we either secure this tax Well, we're going to have to reduce services significantly at some point.
Thank you. I agree with my colleagues that sales tax is regressive, that it disproportionately affects low-income individuals. At the same time, part of it is shared by people who don't live in the city. If the city doesn't go after this tax, I do believe, the county and/or Metro will go after it. So, I want to pursue it. I think that's a part, that's the direction that I would like to go in. I'm not sure when. So if you can come back to me about the when. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor, we could conduct the polling very quickly. Of that, I'm certain. I would think within a matter of weeks, I would think. Our existing relationship with FM3 and their experience, I think they would be able to quickly turn something around.
A Measure CC, I think that was approved by like 70%. Was that?
It's my memory is that I think every one of our sales tax ballot measures has passed by something in excess of 70%.
And were they do you recall if that was a regular election cycle or off cycle?
They probably, I have to go back and check, but they probably were not off cycle. They probably were at a general election.
Okay, thank you.
But we only need 50% plus one for this tax to pass, this ballot measure.
Great, thank you. I want to acknowledge all the speakers who had comments and my colleagues as well. I think they're, it's things that we need to be concerned about. The Jubilo decision will, weigh on certain voters' minds whether or not they want to vote for the sales tax regarding the gun store. That I brought this up before, but that's an asset. That's not gone. We have that in our portfolio. So that's going to be before council in the next couple months, and we'll decide what to put into an RFP, I expect, and that will play itself out in this calendar year. I do appreciate the comments from our small business owners that concern of it impacting sales of their goods. Certainly that's a concern, as well as the regressive nature of sales taxes on folks that are lower income. But to me, the urgency of this, for a couple of reasons, we need to generate revenue. And this was before, the request to put this on the agenda was before even the Jubilo vote last week. So this is based on our future structural deficit that we've been aware of for a couple of years. And it's something that, as I said during the budget workshops, I don't believe that our city, as it is growing, we saw how many homes are in the pipeline, and that's more than, each unit of housing is on average more than one person. So we've got a lot of people coming to Culver City, and reducing services while an increasing population is happening would mean a less livable place, I would say. So it's a difficult decision, and I know it's not going to be popular with a lot of folks, but this is something we need to do to be fiscally solvent in the future. And I agree, both from the standpoint of the urgency of the financial need and the urgency to capture that $0.25 before it's lost. If the county or metro passes a measure, notwithstanding if they get that exemption that Measure A got, we can no longer capture that money in a sales tax. City Manager.
Mayor, I just wanted to emphasize something. You touched on it. It's our structural deficit that creates the need for additional revenue.
Yeah.
Not some one-time expenditures of reserves. Regardless of that, the structural deficit is what dictates the need for additional revenue.
Right. Yeah, those both with Jubilo and with the gun store, people can criticize that and question whether or not we're making sound fiscal decisions here. It's more the appearance. But yeah, we've got an ongoing structural deficit that can only be addressed by raising more revenue or cutting our services. And I'm not willing to cut services at this stage, personally. And I think that we're in a race against the clock on this. So because of that, I agree with Councilmember Vera on putting it's option 1, the recommended option, onto the ballot for August 26th. And I also agree with my colleagues that we should do a poll of the community to see, what their concerns are and, how we address them. So if there's any further discussion, where there's a motion and a second on the floor.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt. If I may add just
Yeah.
one piece of information. Michael Cobden, Deputy City Attorney. I wanted to add one little wrinkle to a very early question about the impact of the city's decision to put this on the ballot and adopt it if the voters do indeed approve it, the effect that would have on the county. And the one wrinkle is this, that if it's correct that the county or metro will take advantage of that increment, that little bit of tax that's left in the cap, from the perspective of the people buying goods in Culver City, they will pay that sales tax no matter what. The real question, I think, is whether that revenue stays in the city or not. Because from a legal perspective, if they adopt it before the city does, then it's the same tax as a result. It's just that the money goes to a different public agency. And I think that's an important thing to keep in mind.
Thanks for clarifying that. And in the motion, we also need to issue it's an emergency, right? That's part of it as well. Declaration of fiscal emergency in the motion.
Just to clarify, again, sorry to interrupt, Mr. Mayor. The declaration of fiscal emergency, I believe, would take place in a resolution which would come at a later time. But the direction at this point would be to have us draft that resolution to make that declaration and make those findings.
Thank you. Thank you. So there's a motion and a second.
If I could, I didn't actually get to make comments.
Yeah, no, you can comment now. Yeah.
I'll try to be more clear when we're doing the combined questions and comments to do both. No, I appreciate the presentation, and I also appreciate the city manager and the mayor lifting up that this was an item that existed before the Jubilo decision, because this is about resolving a structural deficit, not a one-time expenditure. So thank you for clarifying that. And, I just want to express that I hear folks' frustrations with this. I share it. Sales taxes, like we have all mentioned, are regressive. They're the same no matter your income level, but they negatively impact lower incomes more than they do higher income folks. We heard from 2 business owners, I think tonight, saying it would impact their business. I Also have heard from a shop owner who said that the fact that Culver City's sales tax is higher than some surrounding cities has, impacted her negatively. So, and especially when nearly a quarter of our city's households are low income. We've been essentially presented with one option because after 2 days of work plan presentations, I supported Councilmember McMorrin's request that each department return with a budget that's 5% lower, one that's 5% higher, a practice that's used in other cities. This is going to allow us to take a critical look at our budget and see what's working and what's not. I understand that didn't get the support we wanted. Not here to relitigate it, just to respond to the comment about fiscal responsibility, because I think some of us sitting here and maybe folks watching at home, I even heard a commenter talk about it, looking at our budget is part of fiscal responsibility, and that we couldn't get support on. So we're in this position now, and we're exploring all the options that we have remaining. And this definitely feels like the most probable and likely to pass and do what we need to do. So I just want to uplift that. There's disagreements about that, but I think in the future, I hope that we can take a critical view of our budget with the goal of growing, with the goal of accommodating our growing city, where we take outreach into the budget process as seriously as we do with our general plan, our parks plan, where we go out and meet people where they are and help them give input into how we spend our city's limited resources. So those are my comments, Mayor. Happy to support the movement toward getting this on the ballot, and I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Councilmember McClellan.
Thank you. Sorry to come back around. I did just want to, Councilmember Fish reminded me of the budget workshop last week where CFO Soger did share that our city manager instructed department leads to tighten their belts or budgets or whatever. So I was hopeful that that information, while we didn't get the to see what folks would do with, department heads would do with more money, I was hopeful that that information could be shared back with us if that conversation did in fact happen last week. I did also want to lift up the opportunity to potentially either, I guess we'll do the polling and look at that direction as it, as it bears out. But having it on a day where there are more, that data I think just holds across the board. But looking at a date where folks have some collective awareness that there is an election, even with a lot of outreach that the city does. And I know we've talked about having more robust outreach or in the middle outreach, or what does, smaller outreach look like. I don't know if we have all of that fine-tuned, and I guess these dollar amounts connected, I don't know what that covers in terms of messaging. I don't know if these dollar amounts that were quoted includes the polling, if the polling is additional to that. So I just, I want to make sure that if we move forward, that we have the greatest chance of success in having an off-cycle election with, not a lot of information. I'm very concerned about our odds of success. So I just want to name that. Definitely, really want to be hopefully guided by polling. And again, is that polling amount included in the quotes that were given, Assistant City Manager?
No, the amounts included were just for the administration of the election.
Do we have a quote on how much the polling would cost?
The polling will be approximately $25,000 to $30,000.
And that'll cover how many people?
It will be, Councilmember, it will be a scientifically valid poll, so there will be probably a sample size, I'm guessing, of approximately 500 people. But it's done so that that sample, according to proper statistical procedure will accurately represent the opinion of Culver City voters. And it's usually within plus or minus 5% accurate. And it has been that way. It's been spot on with virtually every poll they've done.
Okay, thanks.
Vice Mayor? I'm good. Okay. So the motion is to give direction to staff to draft a declaration of fiscal emergency and to place quarter-cent sales tax on the ballot for October 26, 2025, and to, I'm sorry.
That's not a date that was given.
Oh,
as a
sorry,
choice.
did I get the date wrong?
August 26th,
Oh, what did I say?
October.
Oh, sorry. I don't know where that came from. That wasn't what was in my head.
And apologies, Mayor, if the polling does not bear that out, will we have to come back, or since there's a prescriptive date in this motion?
Councilmember, if the council will be able to, I'm sure we'll have plenty of time to unwind this if the council wishes to do so.
Okay, that was not clear, so I
Yeah.
had to ask.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, I missed that last question. What did you ask
I
exactly?
said if the polling does not bear this date in August and late August out, will it come back? Because it's $500,000 to have it, and if the polling doesn't look good, I was hoping that it would come back to us before.
And we'll have
It's not
time.
official until the council adopts the resolution calling the election. So
Okay.
this is just to give staff direction, but nothing's official until that resolution's adopted.
Thank you, City Attorney. I
And we
appreciate
need to do that 80 days before, right?
Well, and also, this one is an election we will be conducting ourselves. So I don't have the details, but I'm pretty confident if this doesn't look promising, the council will be in a position to unwind it before we proceed.
Okay, thank you.
And to answer your question, Mayor, 88 days prior,
88.
which would be May 28th,
Okay. So
to
there's a little
account
bit,
for an off Friday.
there's a little urgency. Okay. I think we got it. Do we have it?
Pardon me, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Michael Cobden again. There is one last item. In order to call the all-mail election, we would need to introduce and hold the first reading of the ordinance that's attached to the staff report. And we wanted to make one minor correction to the ordinance that we put before the council, which is to the very last section about effective date, or maybe next to last. It takes effect immediately as opposed to 30 days like ordinary ordinances do. Because it's an election ordinance under our charter, it takes effect immediately.
Okay, thank you.
But tonight would be a first reading only. We would bring it back for a second reading. And this is required under our charter to conduct an all-mail election.
Okay. So that is included in the motion.
Great. I have a motion by Councilmember Vera and a second by Mayor O'Brien to direct staff to draft a resolution to declare a fiscal emergency, place the quarter-cent on a ballot for an all-mail election on August 26, 2025, introduce the ordinance for the all-mailed ballot, and direct staff to do polling. Please vote. All members have voted, and that motion passes unanimously. 5 ayes.
Thank you. Okay, on to A2.
Hello, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, and community members here and watching from home. My name is Tim Katsouris, Building Official, the Building Safety Division, along with James Gorman, Deputy Building Official. We are here today for the introduction of a contractor transparency ordinance that requires disclosures during the permit process for construction projects by contractors and subcontractors. During the discussion at the October 28th, 2024 City Council meeting, staff highlighted concerns regarding wage and hour violations in the construction industry and referenced transparency ordinances in other jurisdictions. These ordinances require contractors and subcontractors to disclose specific information when applying for permits of certain large construction projects. Staff identified Carson's ordinance as the most comparable framework for Culver City. Following a discussion, the City Council directed staff to prepare a transparency ordinance similar to Carson's ordinance and return for approval. Staff researched development projects in Culver City over the past 5 years, including the development review pipeline. The data reflects the larger development projects in Culver City that occur most frequently are those with a floor area of 20,000 square feet or more for commercial buildings, or consist of residential projects with 20 or more units. The city's data is in alignment with Carson's ordinance thresholds. A mixed-use project would need to comply with the ordinance if either the commercial or residential portions exceed the thresholds. Prior to a permit issuance, the ordinance requires the contractor and subcontractors to disclose whether there are any pending or final determinations of state or federal labor violations, and whether there are any penalties paid to any government agencies related to such violations, state contractor's license and category, and a city business license. A labor violation disclosure period is 5 years. The contractor shall notify the city within 72 hours of a change in contractor or subcontractor. Failure to disclose the information results in one or more of the following: issuance of a stop work order, revocation of the permit, or a penalty equal to the original permit fee amount for each occurrence, as determined by the building official. The next step is to introduce an ordinance amending Culver City Municipal Code, Chapter 15.02, Buildings, Structures, and Equipment, by adding a section for contractor transparency requirements. Thank you, and that ends the presentation. I'm here. I am available for any questions.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any public comment? Okay, can we hear from them?
Our first speaker is Richard Burns, followed by Denise Neal.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Fair Council. My name is Richard Burns. I'm a representative of the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. This transparency ordinance is a simple request that ensures contractors and developers provide accurate and transparent information about prior work exploitation violations. By approving this ordinance, Culver City is telling developers and contractors that workers are important and should not be exploited when working on construction in the city. Worker exploitation in construction is rampant in Southern California and often hard to discover as contractors move from job site to job site without dedicated oversight. This ordinance is a step forward in changing the status quo of workers' exploitation in Culver City. With this ordinance, developers and general contractors will think twice about the subcontractors they hire to work on projects in Culver City. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Denise Neal.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, and community at large. I have questions about A2 regarding changes with federal law and the fact that we're not going to be able to have a lot of the set-aside contracts for women-owned, disabled, because of the DEI changes. I'd like to know how prevailing wage and gender hiring and things are going to be impacted with that. And being that we're a sanctuary city, I need to know how this will impact the jornaleros, the day laborers that are constantly at a lot of our Home Depots and the other, I guess, building type stores that have construction materials. I need to know how Culver is going to be able to address the issues that I'm inquiring about. There are more, but that's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was our final speaker. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from colleagues? Councilmember Fish?
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you to Ms. Neal and Richard and the Carpenters for being here. You'll love that y'all always roll 10 deep whenever you show up to council. Thank you for sharing your perspective on this item. It's important that we treat our workers with respect who are creating and building our city. I just have a question for our Mr. Katsouris. I hope I got your name right this time. Only took me one meeting. Does the city have any policies around honoring prevailing wages for projects?
City projects are required to pay prevailing wages per the Culver City Municipal Code. In addition, residential projects falling under some affordable housing streamlining are required payment of prevailing wage as well. And prevailing wages are also sometimes required by the grantor for projects receiving grant funding.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification. I have no other comments at this time. Thank you.
Councilmember McMorrin?
Thank you. I don't think it says this in the staff report, but I'm pretty sure I agendized this item way back in April last year. So I'm really happy that it is back this evening. Grateful for the conversation had in October. Grateful to staff doing the work and researching, how we could adapt Carson's ordinance to our needs here in Culver City. Just to be, and thank you to the Carpenters and Ms. Neal and everyone who might have been interested but didn't speak. My only question is, the city of Culver City doesn't have any project labor agreements at this time, or do we?
It's my understanding that Culver City does not have project labor agreements.
Okay. I'm wondering if that could be something we explore in the future. Y'all looking at me like I have 5 heads. What's going on?
That's something.
With 3 nodding heads, we could explore that.
Okay, it's something I'm interested in. I don't know if we have consensus. So let's pause. Do we have consensus to discuss evaluating PLEs in Culver City?
I'd second that discussion.
I don't know what that, I'm sorry, I'm ignorant. I don't know what those are.
I'll leave it to staff if there's more.
A PLA is a project labor agreement. It's essentially a collective bargaining agreement between a city and a trades union, which would govern like the grievance process and the procedures in a public works project that's covered by that agreement.
Okay, so for city projects.
Yeah, that's generally what we see. What I've seen when I look into this, it's city-funded projects on city property. Generally, projects that are considered public works projects. A project where the city is providing financial support for the project.
Okay, got it. That's grievances. Yeah, I'm fine hearing it.
Thanks for that.
Can I confirm the nodding heads one more time? Okay, I'm seeing nodding heads from everyone. Thank you.
Thank you all for that. I'm looking forward to that discussion, but really excited to just ensure that there's additional transparency and accountability as our city is growing, and that workers are treated well in this process. So I'm excited to vote to support this. I would love to make the motion. I'm really happy that this has come back, and again, much appreciation to staff and everyone that contributed to this evening. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Burns, Ms. Neal, thank you so much for coming out and speaking tonight. I'm happy as well. I spoke with you guys. I think this was a great project in terms of really creating overall transparency across the board. I'll be happy to second it or support the motion. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah. Vice Mayor Puzo.
Yeah, thank you for the staff report. Thank you to the carpenters for showing up and for your support. This has been in the almost a year in the making. So excited to support this tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you for everyone that spoke. Mr. Burns, I'm a 20 plus year union member, and I've gone to my representation a few times for help, and I understand the value of everything you provide in terms of training, in terms of support, and advocacy. And I think that this is something that we need to do, and I'm happy to support it.
Did anyone make a motion in a second for this?
Do you see it?
I don't.
Should we do a voice for it? It's here for me. It says withdraw motion.
How weird. Oh, there it is. Okay.
It's okay. It's getting late.
I have a motion from Councilmember McMorrin and a second by Vice Mayor Puzo to introduce the ordinance on first reading. Please vote. All members have voted, and that motion passes unanimously, 5 votes. Or it didn't. No?
Okay, A3.
I do.
Good evening, Mayor O'Brien and City Council members. I'll go ahead and get started while Shannon walks over. She's in the overflow room. The item before you tonight is for consideration of an urgency ordinance establishing a tenant right to counsel program. At the March 3rd, 2025 City Council meeting, after considering the effects of the recent wildfires and the impacts on tenants and businesses, the City Council directed staff to return with an urgency ordinance establishing a tenant right to counsel program. In preparing the draft urgency ordinance, staff reviewed the city's current agreement with BetSedec and the right to counsel programs provided by the city's neighboring jurisdictions. Next slide, please. The city currently contracts with BetSedec to provide free legal services to Culver City tenants. This slide shows the city's current service model with BetSedec. Since May 2022, BetSedec has held free weekly clinics where Culver City residents can receive one-on-one legal assistance on their specific housing issues up to and including representation in an unlawful detainer or eviction proceedings. Next slide, please. Los Angeles County and the City of Santa Monica have existing tenant right to counsel programs. The City of Los Angeles City Council has given direction to staff to prepare a tenant right to counsel ordinance as well. In addition, the City of Los Angeles and County of Los Angeles have partnered with Stay Housed LA to provide free legal assistance to tenants. All of these programs are limited to tenants with a household income at or below 80% of the area median income. And I'll note, I saw on a recent Santa Monica agenda that they are exploring expanding their program as well. Next slide, please. The proposed urgency ordinance establishes a tenant right to counsel program that closely matches the city's existing agreement with BetZedek. As proposed, the program is available to Culver City tenants, meaning tenants who reside in a rental unit in the city. Culver City tenants are eligible for free legal services related to an unlawful detainer proceeding or equivalent legal proceeding to terminate the tenancy of the tenant. The program, as proposed, is subject to annual appropriations, meaning it will continue as long as funding is appropriated for it. In the event the demand for program services exceeds the available program funds or resources, as proposed, the Housing and Human Services Department is authorized to determine how to prioritize the provision of services. The Housing and Human Services Department is authorized to issue program guidelines. This is very similar to our rent control and tenant protections ordinances. The Housing and Human Services Department will engage and educate tenants about the program. The program does not create an attorney-client privilege between tenants and the city. Instead, the city would retain an outside law firm to provide legal services. And retaliation or harassment against a tenant for participation in the program is prohibited. As currently proposed, the tenant right to counsel program would not be codified in the municipal code. The City Attorney's Office and the Rent Control and Tenant Protections Division will bring an item to the City Council later this year with proposed revisions to the Rent Control and Tenant Protections ordinances. At that point, the City Council can consider adding the tenant right to counsel program to the Tenant Protections Ordinance. And as a reminder, as proposed tonight, this is an urgency ordinance, which requires a 4/5 vote. An urgency ordinance takes effect immediately after adoption. So if the City Council adopts the urgency ordinance tonight, the tenant right to counsel program will take effect immediately. Next slide, please. On this slide, you'll see some information on BetZedek's Culver City services. And let's go ahead and keep this slide up in case anyone wants to take a picture. That concludes my presentation. Shannon Lewis and I are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any commenters from the public?
We have 14.
14? Okay. Let's hear from.
Alrighty, I'll go ahead and call the names so folks can get prepared. We have Lynn Paxton, Ron Ostrin, Josh Kamali, Kelly Estes, Zoinda Parks, David Kaishon, Meg Sullivan, Ron Basilian, El Mendoza, James Richardson, Melissa Sanders, Paulette Benson, Eric Metz, and Denise Neal. Our first speaker is Lynn Paxton, followed by Ron Ostrin. Not seeing the speaker in chambers or online. We're going to keep going down our list. Ron Ostrin. I'm not seeing in chambers or online. Josh Kamali. I'm not seeing them in chamber or online. Kelly Estes. Is online. Kelly, are you able to hear us in the council chamber?
Hello?
Okay, we can hear you.
Oh, sorry about that. I didn't have the mic plugged in. My bad. Okay, I'll start. Good evening. A declaration of a fiscal emergency was made tonight, and there probably is or will be a financial emergency, but there's no hiring freeze yet, but yet we have an urgency ordinance here that will cost the city another untold amount of money committed to implement. So, I don't know if you're all just lying about a fiscal emergency. This affects more than just, really doesn't affect landlords particularly, it's all taxpayers in the city. This urgent ordinance has no end date and is not based on any factual number of people in Culver City that are actually affected by the fires in LA and need this free additional legal service. I've heard staff state there were 10 inquiries related to what the county had already done. This does not make a costly ordinance urgent or needed along with county and state resources and the resources the city already provides. It's just an excuse. The fires are just an excuse for this. It's past time to step up, and vote no to this and on the dollar output for Jubilo. Safety in the cities need to be the first priority of all city spending for all taxpayers' expenses at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Zoinda Parks.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council and staff and neighbors. I'm a 22-year resident here in Culver City and I'm a single mother. And in spring of 2024, after renting a house for a year, I was harassed by my landlord with hostile communication and ended up vacating. Though I wasn't evicted, I did turn towards Betzedek for legal services. Thank goodness they were there for me. And multiple times when I asked for repairs to be done to the house, the landlord said, "You're going to need to leave early. I don't want you here." And ultimately we did move, thank goodness. And I know that the reasoning behind this is to prevent homelessness. And I am lucky enough, I'm fortunate enough that I had the resources to find somewhere to go. And thankfully, Betzedek was counseling me during this. And I did end up renting somewhere else, but I did have to put out a lot of money because of having a landlord who did not understand California law, didn't understand civil codes here in Culver City. And so I think this is a great step. Let's please retain this sense of justice for other families to be able to keep a roof over their heads and not be afraid to speak up to landlords who are harassing them. And also, let's please take it a step further and prepare our landlords in advance. Let's look at doing this in a preventative way. Let's really make sure that these landlords understand what they're doing is housing families and individuals. And happy Social Worker Month. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Kaishon.
Good evening, Council. David Gaishan, Apartment Association of Greater Los Angeles. We urge you to reject the proposal Right to Counsel Ordinance Item A3, which would obligate the city to pay for attorneys to represent all renters facing eviction, regardless of income level. This plan is financially reckless and lacks any proper cost analysis or identified funding source. It is deeply concerning that this proposal is being advanced without any cost estimates from neighboring jurisdictions such as LA County, LA City, and Santa Monica, where Right to Counsel programs cost many millions of dollars per year. Santa Monica alone budgets roughly $8 million annually, and Los Angeles City's projected 5-year cost is approximately $68 million. For Culver City to consider adopting a similar policy without understanding the impacts on core services is a clear disservice to local taxpayers. In addition, the city has not obtained a cost proposal from Betzedek, the very organization that would ostensibly handle these cases. Approving a program of this magnitude without knowing how much it will cost is fiscally irresponsible. It is equally troubling that the ordinance sets no income requirements for eligibility, meaning all renters could have taxpayer-funded legal representation, even those who can readily afford private counsel. Furthermore, before committing to such far-reaching and expensive programs, the city should conduct substantial outreach to gauge whether Culver City residents truly want truly want and understand this initiative. Broad-based community meetings, surveys, and transparent disclosure of potential program costs would allow the council to obtain meaningful input from property owners, tenants, and taxpayers alike. Without thorough engagement, the city risks moving ahead with an ordinance that fails to reflect the community's actual priorities and places a significant financial burden on residents who may not support or benefit from the measure. Moreover, there is little evidence that such an expansive program is necessary. The city's own staff report notes that BedZedek currently assists fewer than 10 people per week, while Culver City has more than 17,000 renters. This data hardly justifies a sweeping new ordinance that places the entire financial burden on the city. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Meg Sullivan with 1 minute, seated by Leslie Ostrin.
As a local housing provider, I'm here to urge you to oppose this misguided ordinance. It's not based on sound evidence. Research has found that the right to counsel isn't the panacea that its promoters would have you believe. 3 out of 4 tenants who receive full legal representation in eviction cases end up leaving their units anyway. Again, 3 out of 4 tenants end up leaving their units after receiving publicly supported right to counsel. Full representation doesn't eliminate the pain, it just drags it out, especially for owners. And the study, which was conducted for the legislature in cooperation with the state's Judicial Council, found that tenants who receive the right to counsel are slightly more likely to end up homeless than those who do not. If the evidence weren't troubling enough, consider the steep cost of full right to counsel. Projections by the county for similar services in unincorporated areas come out to $20 million. Or $21 for each and every resident. Extrapolated out to Culver City's population, the cost could run upwards of $840,000 a year. Far better, research has found, is providing emergency rent relief. A 2020 study by a Columbia University economist found that the policy reduces homelessness by 45% and eviction filings by 75%. If the general fund has resources to devote to this issue, the city truly should be spending it on targeted rent relief. During COVID, we saw firsthand how well the city's timely emergency rental assistance program worked in helping renters survive temporary financial shocks. In the time I have left, I want to point out that the eviction figures that were cited on March 3rd were very misleading in case they come up again tonight. The numbers provided were for eviction filings, not cases that actually went to court. The gap can be explained by the city's tenant protection ordinance. It only requires owners to report eviction filings, not when they're actually carried out. Many filings never culminate in evictions, even without legal representation. So those were inflated eviction rates. Thanks again for your consideration.
Ms. Sullivan, really quickly, I apologize. I was curious. I was trying to find the data point that you shared when folks have a right to counsel that 3 out of 4 end up leaving their units. I wasn't able to find it on Google. Do you mind sharing where you got it from?
Yeah, it's the Sargent Shriver Act. It was studied by the state's Judicial Council, and it was presented to the legislature in 2020. I found it online by just Googling Sargent Shriver Council Act in the state of California.
Okay, I'll look for it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ron Basilian. Not seeing them in chamber or online. Our next speaker is El Mendoza. Not seeing them in chamber or online. We're going to keep moving. James Richardson.
You're hearing a lot from me today. I'm in agreement with this, not because this is something that Culver City is struggling with, but I think it's a good gesture to what I have personally seen talking with people across LA County, what they've struggled with from the wildfires, but even before these wildfires took place, what people struggle with. And I know we keep talking about the cost. And it's going to be really hard to change people's mindsets about things, and that's why I believe I'm here. But here's another way to think about this. If Culver City was, and this isn't a threat, if Culver City was to catch on fire by the end of April, how would this have looked if no one had decided we wanted to help people outside of Culver City? If we're only thinking about Culver City and what we can do with Culver City's resources, this doesn't make any sense when you think about collective community and what it means to look after each other. That's all I got to say. But the solution is right around the corner, you all. So I don't want you all to be boggled down by all the details, because there's some things that people are not seeing. And to Megan's point, I'm just really interested in, the misleading data and really thinking about the people who's been really impacted. Why were they leaving? Was it because they just want to take advantage of the money? Or was there still certain things that wasn't addressed in spite of the fact they had legal counsel? So that's all I have to say. Peace.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Melissa Sanders, followed by Paulette Benson.
Hi again. And we don't see a timer on Zoom. So anyway, I feel like I'm a hamster on a wheel right now. We don't have the money for this. This is definitely falling in the wouldn't it be great if category. This is not an absolute need. The income cap, the fact that there is no income cap is beyond absurd, number one. But number two, there are a variety of places, organizations, et cetera, that will help. And we don't have to, as a city, foot the bill for them. There are a lot of pro bono, there are a lot of low income options. So I need this council to stop with the wishes and please be more realistic. You know what would be a lot more cost effective? If you guys created you own an apartment building or an ADU or whatever, you as the owner and the managers must take this test, like the DMV or something. Here's all the rules you should know about before you become a landlord. Please take this test. And that way, maybe it would resolve some things and be a little proactive. But more importantly, we cannot afford this, period. If you have to do something because of your super empathetic, oh, woe is me, whatever is going on right now, I don't understand, you have to put an income cap on it. The rents in this city are astronomical. So I don't know why you would not do that. So there's some very illogical and irrational things going on here. I will say ditto to David, ditto to Meg, and beg you guys to stop spending money that we don't have, especially when this could become a huge burden to the city without any kind of cap.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, great. Thank you. I'm a resident and a voter, and like other people, I'm concerned about this right to counsel program. It doesn't make sense to me that we're taking sides. We don't know who's right in these lawsuits. Could be the renter, it could be the landlord. Why are we just choosing the renter to give money to when there are public programs that provide assistance for renters? And as other speakers have said, right now is not a time for us to be allocating new funding. But again, why are we taking sides in what is essentially a lawsuit between one person, a landlord, and a renter, another person, and assuming one is right and one is wrong, and we should pay for one of them? I think we either pay for both of them or pay for neither of them, because there are certainly services available for those people who are very low income, who need the help in some representation. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eric Metz, followed by Denise Neal.
Yes, good evening, Council. My name is Eric Metz. I will just give you some perspective. My father has been an apartment complex owner, 5 units, something basic, for the last 40 years. His turnover for his complex is probably one person every 5 or 6 years. And it's most of the time it's been amicable, and very rarely does it go into a court situation. The issue, though, is that when things do go into that situation, those tenants usually don't even pay for 3 to 6 months, leaving it difficult for the landlords. So these situations here make it very, very difficult for everyone, because these landlords then have to offset future rents to offset their legal costs. So in a sense, where you think that you're helping those tenants, you're actually making it more burdensome, because now rents are going to reflect these future costs. The other piece around it too is I do support the need to assist those that are low income, that do feel that should have some sort of support in making those claims against egregious landlords. I really do. I've seen it, I've heard about it, and those people should be supported. While at the same time, as a landlord ourselves, we have an ADU for our place. We pay our annual fees to the Culver City rental program, and those fees are supposed to help support those tenants and for those protections. So my question is, why are we deciding to now pay even more as a city towards that support, when we already have fees going towards to support those legal fees and legal support for those that need it? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Denise Neal, followed by El Mendoza.
Good evening again. A lot of good points, good and valid points were made by the speakers, but I do have questions about whether or not federal funding has been nixed for these types of assistance programs. And I think it would be an idea, if they don't exist, for public counsel and legal aid to team up with BetSedec to cover the thumbnail areas around Culver where people cannot get help. Also, I think it's a good idea for AOA and AGLA to provide preemptive, preventative training for landlords before problems ensue. And I believe that there should be an arbitration option to save money, and other funding sources, like maybe the California Endowment, should be looked into to provide additional funding for the things that BetSedec and the other agencies cannot do. Also, our VAWA protections included in this. It's important for people to understand that the Violence Against Women Act was reinstated recently, and it covers males and females, and it covers roommate situations. So landlords need to be fully cognizant of the tools that they have in their cash, and then to make sure that there's an opportunity to talk it out before just going into the pockets. And then there are other issues, but I can bring them up later. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, we're coming back to El Mendoza, followed by Ron Ostrin.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me okay? Oh, okay. Hi. Dear City Council members in the Culver City community, I am in a unique position as I've been through the eviction process with the tenant who had his legal fees paid for by a state program. The tenant was a nuisance to the other tenants, especially the family that lived below him. He purposely flooded their apartment on multiple occasions. He even had spoiled food that was dripping maggots onto their dinner table through a hole he had drilled in his floor. He also moved in his online girlfriend, who was a convicted felon that he met through a prison pen pal program. She and her adult son scared the other tenants horribly. The tenants were too scared to even take their kids to school when he was around. They lived in constant fear. No one should live in fear of their neighbors. The evicted tenant violated the rules on the lease on multiple occasions, but he still received free legal services. He earned over $150,000 a year working for the county, and he still received free legal services. Our attorney fees in 2015 were $25,000. His attorney fees exceeded that amount because the attorneys kept quitting. No one wanted to represent him for the bogus case, yet the state still paid his expenses. He lost 12-0 on a very expensive jury trial, but in essence, he won because he received 12 months of free rent, since landlords are not allowed to accept rent during an eviction, and he received free legal services. It takes a lot for a property owner to bring an eviction case forward. Usually the person being evicted is constantly creating a nuisance to the other tenants. Please consider not providing legal support to renters. Many people abuse the program, and usually these ill-behaving
Your time
people
has
are
expired.
evicted
Thank
anyway.
you.
So the city would just waste large
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you to the last speaker for so clearly pointing out what a can of worms the council will bring onto this city if it does go forward with this. We are not New York. We don't have the economy of most states to afford something like this. And I know at least 3 of the council members want to do this because it'll make them feel good. They'll get an endorphin rush. But the real world effect will hurt people more than it will help people, because it will be such a money pit for the exact reason that the person prior to speaking, who was speaking prior, has explained. Free rent at the expense of the city by paying for attorneys with no filtering for whether or not that tenant has good cause to defend the case. California law is very tenant friendly already, and there are already a lot of free clinics available for tenants. A tenant who has a good case will have no problem finding a contingency attorney, as attorney's fees are generally awarded to a winning tenant. But it would be extraordinarily expensive for the city to fund a program. My greatest concern is that we spend money but don't get things done. What you will get done is put out the mom and pop landlords who will go out of business. They'll sell their properties to developers who will build new, high and expensive luxury places that will not be under rent control. Let's be smart. Don't make this a feel-good moment and a bad result. Thank you very much.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our final speaker.
Thank you. Questions and comments from my colleagues? Councilmember Fish.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to ask if, for this item, since it's an urgency ordinance, if there's not 4 votes in favor, if there was just 3, for example, could it be brought back as a regular item?
Yes, if there aren't 4 votes for this, but 3 council members want to proceed, the ordinance could be introduced tonight and then brought back for adoption at a later council meeting.
Thank you. And I'm curious about the ordinance that was written. So the way I kind of understand it is there's no, the program as proposed has no appropriations as a part of this ordinance. That would be a council decision to appropriate funds to this program.
There are no appropriations proposed tonight, and that is in part because the city has an existing contract with BetSedic, where BetSedic provides legal services to Culver City tenants.
And do you have the number of how much funding we currently contract with BetSedic per year?
Shannon can answer that, but in the meantime, can you go back to the second slide, which has their service model? Thank you.
Yes, our current contract is for 153,000. I can't talk. 153. I don't know why I can't say it. $153,198.
We got there. We got there.
Sorry about that.
That doesn't matter as long as we got there. Yeah, thank you for. So that, I mean, just to put a pin on that, that's a pretty small amount of money that we are currently contracting with BetSedic. That does not pay for much of a lawyer's time, and I think we heard that reflected in some of the speakers who have had experiences with them. And we also saw in the staff report that they conduct a lot of workshops and those sort of things to give advice, but there's advice and then there's representation, right? And that's sort of a different role. So if this passed today, for example, and those appropriations we did not designate appropriations for it, could we see that as a part of the budget process? Could we see, options or ranges, or how does city staff imagine that taking place if this item is approved?
Councilmember, we'll do our best to estimate the costs that are associated with the adopted ordinance.
Okay, thank you. So, for example, understanding that the city's finances and that we don't have unlimited resources, could we establish, for example, like other cities have done in the staff report, a lot of the cities did 80% AMI. Could we establish a threshold that we say, okay, we think for this income level, we'd like to start here for the folks most in need?
Yes, the city council could give direction to staff to income qualify tenants in the same way that many of our surrounding jurisdictions do.
Okay, thank you. Do you have an idea of how many evictions Culver City has experienced in the past year?
I can speak to that. I can tell you that we've received 749 eviction notices. As mentioned by someone during public comment, we are only required to collect notices that have been issued on the tenant. It doesn't necessarily speak to tenants who are actually evicted from their rental units.
Understood. So that might not be the final, they might not have been evicted completely. And that is in the past 12 months?
And I'm sorry, that's since the start of the fiscal year.
Since the start of the fiscal year. Okay.
Yes.
So not a full year has gone by. Since July. Okay.
And
right.
For the prior fiscal year, we had 596 total notices.
Oh, okay. So, just seeing that we have had significantly more this year we've had more this year and we haven't even finished the fiscal year
Correct.
than we did all of last year. Thank you for that. And this ordinance as written would affect all Culver City tenants that the council decides, it to affect. It's not specific to the fires. Obviously, the fires made our housing cost situation much more dire, but the council, can direct what, tenants of a certain income level for this program to apply to. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. It's kind of a redundant question from what I asked you before, but thank you for bearing with me and answering. Mayor, would you like should we do questions and comments together? Prefer. Okay. Well, thank you for this presentation. I really appreciate the work that went into this, Ms. Barrows and your team. And I think this came out of the conversation around the potential for a rent freeze and the potential for an eviction moratorium. And I brought this idea forth, and other colleagues supported it, so I really appreciate that. Because housing costs have exploded, and I've talked to thousands of people across the city about how it's impacting them. Rents have exploded. They're 52% higher here than the national average, and nearly a quarter of Culver City's households, as we've talked about already tonight, are low income. Almost half spend more than 50% of their income on housing. Our median rent is right now $3,200 to $3,500 a month. So if you make less than $130,000 in your household, you are likely to be rent burdened. And an eviction, we know, is an incredibly traumatic and potentially life-changing event. It can affect your credit rating, like a bankruptcy. It can make it much harder to get new housing. It can make it harder to get a job. And of course, it's often the very event that pushes someone into homelessness. So I hear all of the very valid concerns from the landlords in the city. So I completely understand wanting to make sure that folks who have a just cause, who are being, where a tenant is doing something illegal or doing something that would require just cause for eviction, that is respected. But to me, this is, about respecting that and also giving every party in this relationship a shot to ensure that everyone is following the law. According to the National Coalition for a Civil Right to Counsel, fewer than 5% of tenants in eviction cases are represented by an attorney, compared to 80% of landlords. So it really isn't an even playing field right now. And we've seen good results from this type of program. San Francisco had this, in more than 5,400 San Franciscans. 92% of tenants who utilized the program remained housed due to this program. And a majority of them stayed in their original unit. And in Maryland, 87% of tenants who wanted to stay in their homes, 88 of those 87, 88% were able to do so. So we've seen this work in other cities. And, a lot of folks brought up the point about, well, we can just subsidize rents, and that's a very good option if, that's certainly on the table and something we can consider, but not all evictions, not all for-cause evictions are because of a lack of rent payment. There's a lot of different reasons that folks would have a disagreement with their landlord and be threatened with evictions. And we know that these evictions impact populations differently. Black Americans make up just 19% of all renters, but they account for about 50% of those threatened with eviction. So this isn't about making evictions illegal. It's making sure that folks on the margins have the representation they need to ensure that all parties are following the law before a potentially life-changing event disrupts their life. So if we're really serious about addressing homelessness, if we really believe homelessness is an emergency, like our ordinance says it is, then we should take the critical first step in doing, slowing the flow into homelessness. So I'd be, just to get logistical about it, I would be open to doing an income level cap, so we can ensure that our limited resources go towards those who need it most right now, since the city's financial position is definitely worth noting here. And I think that would work potentially better than leaving the decision to city staff to make a determination about who to serve, just to make it really clear that folks under a certain income level are going to be served, and just understanding what the cost is, and we can experiment and play around with what that cost is and how to make that feasible. But I think the amount of money we choose to put on this can be flexible depending on how much of the city's population we decide to serve based on income level. It can start small, but I think the creation of the program is the important thing here. And I hope we can at least incorporate this into the city budget process, even if it's a small amount in the first year to cover those that are most in need. I think the creation of the program is the important part here. So, if we get four votes, great. If we have 3, I'd still be open to shifting this to a non-emergency ordinance, bringing it back to do what's necessary. Obviously, the emergency ordinance was to be timely in response to the wildfires and their impact on our housing market. So I really hope we can move this forward in some way, even if we're starting small in the first year, and really make sure that folks on the margins have a shot, and that we really address our homelessness crisis head on. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember McMorrin.
Thank you. Thanks to everyone who spoke. Thank you for the excellent presentation and all of the data being lifted up. I'm really grateful for the clarity on the 749 being from this fiscal year. I don't know that that was clear in the first time the data point was given, so I really appreciate that, specifically in comparison to last fiscal year. So I really, we're getting towards the end, but if things continue on, we might crack 1,000, which would be really bad. And I'm sure folks, I think the consensus, folks are not interested in folks being, not having a place to stay. So again, I'm very grateful for the speed in which this was brought back, the attention level of detail. There's a couple things that, I want to lift up, and I'm grateful, Ms. Sullivan, I think, locate the data piece that you were lifting up. I think it was a summary from a law student, but one of the, if this is the correct Shriver piece, this also lifts up the fact that the benefits of counsel and eviction includes, negotiating better terms that saves the tenant money and helps them find new housing. And I think they were looking at a pilot program. So, if this is the same, maybe there's multiple Shriver examples that we could point to. There's always a lot of information and data available. But I just thought that was interesting that they were lifting up some of the benefits of the right to counsel and preventing homelessness and keeping folks housed. So, right to counsel in light of increased pressures on the housing market in Los Angeles due to price gouging. I know that the penalty was increased from $10,000 to $50,000 this year in response to probably a bunch of people violating that law. So grateful for that, and our legislator and Attorney General responding. I think that this piece on the local level is incredibly important, not only to respond to the increase in eviction filings that we are seeing, but also in our fighting against homelessness and the state of emergency that is currently still in place. That looking forward to coming back and discussing, updating some of that language. But as we do have a state of emergency as it pertains to homelessness in place, it is stated from LASA and other state agencies that, having a right to counsel and supports for folks is a tool to prevent homelessness. So I think this does a couple of things, not only in the immediate crisis that we are just in the beginning stages of recovery for, but just the overall housing and homelessness crisis that Southern California continues to navigate, and that we feel here in Culver City in our 5.2 square miles as well. Some of the things that the National Coalition for Civil Rights to Counsel lifts up is having a right to counsel leads to an increased chance of avoiding eviction. It reduces displacement. It's cost effective. It addresses inherent power imbalances. There are benefits beyond housing. Evictions are incredibly violent, have a lot of trauma and mental health impacts to families and particularly children. The impacts on ACEs or the adverse childhood experiences when you even move a lot. So if you layer on eviction, the impact of eviction on children is incredibly detrimental. And so I think it just adds, again, another tool in our toolbox. I am open to, having an income qualifier to ensure that we are being, careful with our resources. But again, as we see from the cost of some of our housing and homelessness issues, it is harder, at least what we found at the county, it is harder to get folks who have been on the street back into housing, and the best way to prevent folks from becoming unhoused is to keep folks housed. So that is something I'm very dedicated to, particularly in light of the approximately quarter of low-income neighbors that we have here in Culver City who are likely more at risk for becoming unhoused and potentially might be dealing with this or maybe not. I don't want to just put that on folks who are definitionally low income, because we know that almost 50% of our neighbors are rent burdened. So a lot of folks are experiencing the pressures of our housing market. And the goal at the local level, I would hope, is for us to be a good partner in supporting our neighbors and keeping folks housed. So again, having the low income qualifier there, I think, is a good path forward. I did want to ask, as I wrap up, this listed, there have been 34 clinics supporting 3 to 4 people. Do we have any information around if there have been, requests for representation, or have there been upticks in the current services that we're offering? Have there been any trends that we've been seeing recently with our offerings?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Hannah Williams, and I am an attorney with Bethesda Legal Services. So it sounds like your question, council member, was whether there are any trends that we're seeing lately. I think without having gathered data specifically to answer that question, I wouldn't want to misspeak, but we definitely, we see a lot of cases related to notices that people receive, termination notices, notices to pay rent or quit, or notices to perform covenants of the lease or quit. We also see a lot of inquiries about rent increase notices, trying to determine if something is legitimate or not. We'll see quite often people are being asked to sign a new lease every year, and sometimes that's a way around the rent control protections. And then we'll also see a lot of habitability cases, people that are reporting that their landlords are not fixing certain problems in their unit. So we see a variety of different kinds of inquiries in our clinic. We also, as you mentioned, we do provide assistance with representation in court. Typically in the weekly clinic, we would just see the tenants that have notices rather than, an eviction summons and complaint, because if they had the summons and complaint, they probably wouldn't have waited for the weekly clinic. They would have sought our help beforehand. And I do think in general, things have been busier. I think that the numbers that were mentioned earlier do reflect some sort of uptick, but I don't have the data to speak to exactly, how many, weekly unlawful detainers we're seeing now versus previously.
Thank you. I really appreciate you speaking to that based on the context that you're able to share in this meeting. That is helpful. I'm going to pause there, but I really would like to see this move forward as we continue to, progress in our community and finding ways to support. I always talk about safety being a toolbox of resources, and having a place to stay is incredibly important for a plethora of reasons. Thank you for naming some of the examples of the notices for eviction that you've received. I know it's probably aren't able to give the data right now, but I would love to see what the breakdown is or what we're seeing more of recently. And is there ever, I guess the last thing before I pass the mic, are we ever turning people away recently? Do we ever have to turn folks away from our the resources that we're currently offering?
Sometimes we do need to reject a case. There could be various reasons. One would be, for instance, if somebody comes to our Culver City clinic and it turns out that they do not live in Culver City, then we would have to turn them away just because of eligibility. And in that case, we would usually refer them to stayhousedla.org. Another reason that we might need to turn someone away is if we have a conflict. When we conduct an intake, we always will screen for conflicts. We will assess who the landlord, the adverse party is in this case. And if, for instance, that person is someone that BetSetic previously assisted with another issue, then depending on what the issue was and how much information we got, we might need to reject the case. And then we might also need to reject due to capacity. So if, for instance, we received a lot of unlawful detainer eviction cases that came in, that week or in the recent weeks, and if our staff just does not have the capacity, then we might tell a tenant to come back to. What we might do is assist them first with in pro per services. So we might draft the answer for them, but have them continue to represent themselves. Or we might just provide them some advice and have them continue to represent themselves, and then ask them to return to us when they receive the trial date. And then at that point, we can reassess if we're able to provide services. And one consideration that goes along with that capacity determination is if, let's say, we were to get several cases that were where the tenants were especially vulnerable, perhaps a tenant is elderly and disabled and lives in subsidized housing, that is a tenancy that we really strive to protect at all costs, because if that person loses their home, they have very, very few options. And then by comparison, perhaps the same week somebody comes in with an unlawful detainer and they have a lot more resources, and they certainly could use the representation, but perhaps they might be able to find it elsewhere. That might be one where we kind of defer and we see what our capacity might look like in a few weeks when they get the trial date.
Thank you so much. That's helpful. And just to be clear, these are examples that have happened, or are these hypotheticals you're sharing? Because I was curious as to how things were going in terms of, are you able to handle the folks that are coming, or are folks being turned away?
Oh, I apologize.
The mics are not intuitive.
Okay. They're not. I believe that, I think that these are based off of real examples. Definitely, we do get, elderly disabled tenants in subsidized housing all the time, and we do prioritize those, and we do have situations where tenants are more resourced, and we might say, let's defer on that, let's see what happens. And then, I think often, I don't want to say something that isn't accurate, and I apologize, but I'm a staff attorney, and our directing attorney is on leave right now, so I'm just trying to speak to the best of my ability. But I think in general, we typically we are able to provide some assistance, but sometimes it does involve, okay, come back to us in a couple of weeks when you have the trial date, and then we can reassess.
Gotcha. And there's some sort of tracking of some sort of metric track, even though you don't have that available right now. There's some sort of internal tracking of that.
Of whether when we received the case, or when we received the referral, and then whether we were able to take it right away, is that?
Yeah.
I think that we would be able to gather that, but I don't think, I think we would have to kind of look back at each one and, and kind of do that assessment.
So I apologize because I thought I was done, but so for all, do you have contact with all 700 or so, or it's people who happen to self-select and come over and seek help through Betzedek?
Definitely.
And I know this is different than what we're talking about, but I'm just curious about what is currently happening and the level of need that is currently happening, separate and apart from. This is helpful because it informs this conversation. It informs the need. So that's why I'm kind of trying to understand if are all 700 coming over, or.
Yeah, I'll jump in here.
Thank you
I
so
just have a
much.
clarifying question. Is
Okay.
the 700 that you're referencing regarding the eviction notices that we've received?
Yeah, and I know that there's other reasons why, and she listed some based on new contracts, and she listed a bunch of things. So I appreciate that. Thank you. But in terms of for this conversation for evictions, are those folks do most of them come over? Or do we have any information on that from Betzedek or from the city side?
Okay, so for the 749 notices that we have, those are notices that have been submitted to the city by the landlord. So it doesn't necessarily mean that the tenant is accessing services through Betzedek or even contacting the city to understand their rights and responsibilities under the ordinance requirement. Obviously, we would hope that they're aware of those, their rights and responsibilities under the ordinance, but that 749 doesn't always necessarily translate to accessing services through Betzedek. Does that answer your question?
It's helpful. So I would just be curious. I know you don't have it tonight, but at some point, because I know you all give presentations occasionally about how things are going with Betzedek, I would be curious as to the types of touch points that you are having with folks, and if we are seeing a through line between folks who are receiving notices and if they're reaching out to the services. That's just a question that I have based on not just this, but just how the demand about how our services are going. So thank you so much. I really appreciate y'all taking the time to engage. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the staff report. I got a question for staff. If this doesn't pass this evening, what changes?
So under our current service model, we are already providing free legal services to tenants, and we just continue our contract as is, where tenants can reach out to Betzedek, access the services that Hannah spoke to. The legal clinics would continue on a weekly basis, and so our contract that's currently in place would still remain in place.
Okay, so no level of service will change. under the current model, correct? Right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then out of the 749 notices, I believe, do they have an indication of why, what the notices were? Okay.
Yes. So 521 of those notices were for 3-day notices to pay rent or quit. And then the second most popular notice that we've received is, most common notice that we've received is a 3-day notice to cure covenant or quit.
Okay. So I think it's a tool that landlords use, and like you said, the numbers are probably different in terms of how many evictions actually go through. It's sort of a, for lack of better words, a fear tactic. Here's your 3-day notice, pay or quit kind of thing. So I thank you for that. And you know, onto the pay or quit. I think if we're really truly concerned about renters and landlords, as a city, we would maybe look into a robust, like, emergency rental relief program as opposed to this. I understand the merit behind it. It's a great thought, but I think it fails on multiple levels. For the most part, well, from some of the not all landlords I've spoken with in the city, they're not in the business to provide eviction notices. That's the last thing a landlord, any landlord, wants to do. It's costly on both parts, and like I said, they avoid that at all costs. So if nothing changes and there's no loss of services, the potential cost to the city as we're facing a fiscal emergency is unknown, but there would be a cost if we decide to expand the contract with any of the providers. And it was established in regards to the fire. Is there any requirement that there is actual loss of income due to the fires, or is just basically anybody who wants to is up to free legal counsel?
As proposed, the ordinance would not be limited to fire-related damages. It would be available to all Culver City residents.
All right, I would rather, moving forward, I can't support this the way it is. I think if we're truly concerned, let's bring up a conversation on how, if at all possible, that the city can provide or have resources for rental assistance to help the tenant and the landlord out. And I know, Mayor, you want to get out of here, so I'll keep my mouth shut on the rest of it. But, yeah, that's it right now. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Raposa.
Sorry, I know we want to get out of here. I do have a few questions, though. I know that the current program is supported by the rent registration fees. Do we know, is there any extra money or funding in that account that could support an expansion? Or does it cover?
That's something we will need to check with finance.
Okay, great, thank you. And do we keep tabs, this is more of a broad question, but do we keep tabs of how many cases the landlord-tenant mediation board handles? And then for the past 10 years and prior to the rent control ordinance?
So another staff member actually oversees the landlord-tenant mediation board, and she's actually looking into the number of cases that have taken place over that time frame. But what she has shared with me is that since the rent control ordinance has gone into effect, there has been a limited number of cases taken by the board.
Great, thank you. In other cities that have a similar right to counsel program, what has been the general outcome? And do most cases go to court, or are they settled outside of the court, arbitration?
So I can speak to our current services with Bedzedek, and I can also speak to Stay Housed LA. For the other cities that are referenced in the staff report, I'll need to look into that further. But as far as Stay Housed LA, as well as our current contract with Bedzedek, most cases are actually handled outside of court. So they don't typically go to trial. That's not happening pretty often with them.
Okay, great, thank you. Is there a recommended length of time? If this were to go through, whatever form it would go through, is there a recommended length of time to determine if a program is effective?
I can also reference State House as well for this. The Board of Supervisors for LA County has required or requested that they return back annually with an evaluation of the program's performance.
Great, thank you. And then it mentions this in the staff report, but will there be an audit of the rent control ordinance to determine the effectiveness of the overall program, the quality of services provided by BedSEDEC, et cetera?
Yes, so we keep mentioning that we are looking to clean up the ordinances and bring those back, and during that time period, while we're talking about things we would like to amend to the ordinances, we can complete an audit.
Great, thank you. All right, those are my questions. I think that, Culver City implemented several measures to protect renters and tenants. Rent control ordinance ensures affordability for tenants. Tenant protection ordinance safeguards tenants from, displacement. We have existing protections and the legal workshops and advice provided by BedSEDEC, but challenges remain due to awareness and accessibility. I still think not all tenants are aware or can have access to legal resources. There are limitations that we were just speaking about. So a right to counsel ordinance could address these issues by ensuring access, whether it's by income or regardless of income. It can improve outcomes. Studies, as previously mentioned by some of my colleagues, that it indicates that tenants with legal representation are more likely to avoid eviction and secure favorable settlements. And obviously, ultimately, what we're trying to do is reduce homelessness. I've found a lot of cases this showing from several cities of how it's reduced evictions, anywhere from 30 to 90%. And tenants are more likely to negotiate settlements rather than being forced out. The benefit of right to counsel is that tenants actually show up to the table, and that results in resolving issues faster. And so this all could lead to fair outcomes and enhancing housing stability within the community, which is ultimately what we want. But the ultimate point of all this is to create a fair playing field. And there needs to be a balanced and sustainable approach that needs to take into account the needs and concerns of our landlords. And we need to make sure that our small mom and pop landlords survive and don't eventually sell to corporations. There's some concerns that these cases this might cause frivolous lawsuits. But as we've heard, evidence shown that most cases are settled outside of court. But to that end, I'd be open to coupling this with a rental assistance program. So possibly we can talk about this when the RCO comes back with reviews. So I would be open to, piloting this program, using the existing budget, the income level cap. I'm okay with deference to staff, partiality to vulnerable groups, older adults, disabled community, families with children, and then doing the annual, reviewing it on an annual basis. And then also just advocated for this in the past, but maybe working in combination with our chamber, just offering workshops for, tenant financial literacy programs. So educate renters on budgeting and rental responsibilities to prevent lease violations, and then also workshops for small landlords. So helping them understand tenant rights, legal eviction processes, and alternative dispute resolution strategies. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm a little confused by some of the I think confusion. Reading the staff report and hearing the response to Councilmember Rivera's question and my own conversation with staff earlier today, I'm reading it right here. Bedzedic offers a variety of legal services, including and up to full representation to Culver City residents. And that's what this ordinance is talking about doing. So, and Councilmember Rivera asked if we didn't approve this, what would change? And it's nothing. I'm not understanding the new program dialogue. I hear consensus or at least interest in putting an 80% AMI on this. But in regards to the emergency, I mean, this specific item is here, an urgency ordinance establishing right to free counsel program in response to the recent wildfires. And I don't see that as a need. Have we received any calls from Culver City residents who are impacted by the fires and need support or rental assistance?
We actually have not received, I will say, any recent calls related to the wildfires and needing rental assistance, but we have shared information on the county's programs to provide rental assistance to households who were impacted by the fires. Yeah, that's my answer.
But from people who live in Culver City, no.
We have not.
Okay. All right. So I don't think that that's what we're talking about here, because this is for the fires. There's obviously going to be discussion about this going forward. When are we talking about bringing forward the RCO again for review, roughly?
We're targeting the end of the fiscal year, so by June.
Okay. All right. So that's pretty soon. I think it's what we're doing is what is proposed. So I'm not quite certain, and things that we're talking about here are actually ways to kind of tighten it up a little bit to make sure that we can serve the most people that are in need, not people that are in market rate housing and can afford that. One thing I think both landlords and tenants, or at least those of us that advocate for both, would appreciate, it sounds like, is from a data perspective, how many actual evictions are executed, so that we can see, who's noticed and then who's actually evicted. I hope with the annual, when landlords report that, is that on their annual re-registration, or is that as it happens?
So they are supposed to provide us with copies of the eviction notices within 5 days of serving the notice on the tenant. And for the registration, they are supposed to report any changes in occupancy of the unit. Typically, if it's vacant or occupant, it doesn't, the registry does not necessarily collect tenant information.
Right. So.
And to clarify that,
Yeah.
we are not collecting information about evictions that are, to use your term, executed or prosecuted. We collect the notices and then the change in tenancy information. But there may be some middle ground that you're discussing that isn't caught there.
I think that would be valuable to know. I think it's just adding a line on the application, the annual renewal. I would think, they just say whether or not they've evicted their tenant. You guys can figure that out, but how that would happen. But that would be valuable to know, because if it's 700 eviction notices to date, but a small fraction of that are actually executed, that's important, because we're, depending upon one's lens on this, they might think that, oh, well, it's close to 700, or, oh, it's close to, a lot less. That would be really valuable. And then I know I should know the answer to this, but Do we offer, I know we used to, do we offer rental assistance, or is that program gone now? Did that go away with RDA, that far back?
We do not currently offer rental assistance.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm open to having that conversation.
I apologize, I need to correct the record. We do offer rental assistance. And I'm actually going to pass the mic over to Director Barnes.
Our apologies. We actually offer two forms of rental assistance. We offer rental assistance through our Section 8 rental assistance program on the federal level. And we do have the formal rental assistance program called RAP that we are winding down. We are not accepting new applicants, but those who are still on the program, we're still providing that program. And you may recall when RDA was eliminated, the city had to absorb the cost. So now that is funded through our general fund. So initially we went from 35 folks when redevelopment was dissolved, and we currently now have about 12 folks remaining. So we only allowed folks to remain on the program who were elderly or disabled, but we're not accepting any new applications.
Okay.
So it's winding down.
So that would be, and so it's an ongoing assistance.
It is an ongoing assistance, but it's winding down, so we don't accept any new
Right.
applicants.
Okay. Kind of what was in my mind was if someone's hit a bump in the road and they've, the car doesn't work anymore, they had to fix, or medical emergency or whatever, where we can help them bridge that moment in time.
That was the original intent of the RAP program. But now that there are no longer RDA funds to, or redevelopment agency funds to support that program, again, we do not accept new applicants.
Okay. Thank you. And there was one last question I was going to ask. Sorry. I've lost it. So,
We're here if you need us.
I'm sorry.
We're here if you remember it in 10 minutes.
Yeah, I know. It's, so we don't have the votes for the urgency ordinance, or the emergency, adoption of an urgency ordinance establishing right to counsel program, but I know Councilmember Fish asked, can they vote upon that tonight, or that needs to be requested on another?
The council could introduce an ordinance establishing a tenant right to counsel program. If council wishes to go that direction, we'd need to read into the record some amendments to the urgency ordinance, clarifying that it's not an urgency ordinance, it's a regular ordinance. And I've also heard some discussion of establishing an income limit or an income level at which tenants would be qualified for the program, and so staff would like direction on that if that's council's direction.
Yeah, I'm seeing 80% is 80% or below on AMI is what the standard is. But I don't know if I mean, go ahead, Councilmember Fish.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I was wondering if we could do a vote on the urgency ordinance, get that vote done, and then move to the next vote if that's the case. Just to vote on this item, and then the motion would be an urgency ordinance to create a right to counsel program and establish an income cap. And this, I'm wondering if this can come, I guess if it's an urgency ordinance, would we need to establish the income cap in this meeting if it's an urgency ordinance, like the exact income cap and all the criteria? Or could that come, because those, to me, that is tied to the income, or sorry, that is tied to the cost, right? If we establish what that cap is and we aim to serve the tenants in that cohort, then that's tied to how many tenants we're serving and possibly increasing the cost. So I'm curious about how do we create a cohort of people that we know we can serve under the whatever resources we decide to give this program.
Councilmember, speak out of turn here, but I don't think we can know with certainty what the demand for the program is going to be. I think you set the criteria. We do our best to estimate what it's going to cost. And if we start to run out of money before the end of the fiscal year, we're going to be back to the council asking what you want to do. I mean, because I think I suspect that the city's going to pay for whatever the program costs. So
if I can,
I don't think we can set a. I don't think you can set a budget number and stop there. I suppose you could, but I don't see how that would work.
What I'm hearing is that we kind of have that right now, right? We're spending $153K on Betzedic services, and our bandwidth, we decide to stop providing services once we run out of bandwidth based on that funding. Is that, am I misrepresenting that?
But I don't think that's happened.
Yeah.
We haven't stopped providing, we haven't turned it up.
Well, I'm referring to the answers to Councilmember McMorrin's questions, which the questions were when.
I know what you heard, but I'm trying to look at the staff. I'm betting we have we turned anyone away? I'm seeing them shake their head no, that my two staff members here.
Delayed service, not no.
And we heard specifically from a resident who tried to engage and get more representation as opposed to just advice, and they didn't get that representation. I know it's understandable considering the budget we have set aside is $153,000, which isn't, it's limited in what I understand we can do. But that's what I heard was from a resident, and I've heard this from several that say what they're looking for is actual representation, not just advice. And it's from staff's answers, it sounds like sometimes the residents that need the services just get the advice. And is that a constraint on the resources that we're giving Betzedic? Because that's how I interpreted it, but please feel free to correct me if I'm mistaken.
I just want to clarify that under our current program, tenants are entitled to or they can access services, but doesn't always necessarily mean that they'll receive the services. And the current contract also speaks to it being including and up to full scope representation. All tenants are not entitled to full scope representation. Of course, it depends on the issues that they're reaching out to Betzedic for, timing when they've reached out. Sorry, my mic went off. Timing when they've reached out to them and the type of assistance that will be provided. But I hope that answers your question.
I'm confused too.
To me, it sounds like an issue of resources. From what I've heard tonight, is that not what the bandwidth issue is? Is it an issue of funding? Resources to actually represent these, because you said some of the clients are told you have to represent yourself, right? So what is the constraint there? Would be helpful to know.
Yeah, so Councilmember, I think that's accurate, that it is a capacity, it is a resource concern, because we have, we only have so many attorneys at Betzedic, and we aren't able to take every single full scope unlawful detainer case that comes our way. And so, yes, there are times where somebody comes to us with an eviction case, and all we can do at that point is provide advice. And sometimes maybe they'll come back and we are able to then, substitute into the case and represent the tenant going forward, but not always, or perhaps the person never, comes back to us. It just kind of resolves on its own, or, we just don't hear from them. So I do think it's accurate to say that there's, with more resources, then we would have capacity to
serve more tenants at the full scope.
That's
level.
what I'm trying to understand. Is it a lack of contract capacity from the city, or is it a lack of vet-zetic capacity? Those are two different things.
Sorry, do you want me to speak to that?
The person who handles the contract, unfortunately, is unable to be here tonight, who can speak to the actual contract details from their side. I guess that's something that we can touch base with her on when she returns, who can kind of, who can speak to the capacity that Bezedic has.
So it's not, thank you so much for all this conversation, by the way. This is clarifying. To me, it's sounding like we're definitely not giving the degree of legal resources that some folks are asking for, which is understandable given the constraints that we have on this program, our contract, our agreement. So it sounds like we don't have all the information about what additional resources would do, and that we don't have the votes for the urgency ordinance anyways. So I'd like to see if we can make a motion to discuss a right to counsel program where we could get options from staff that would be varying sizes of the program. So the cap could be set at different levels, for example, and hopefully we would be able to estimate a roundabout figure for how much those options would cost. And then we can make a decision on this dais, and maybe it's incorporated into the budget conversations, but the motion is, can we establish a right to counsel through a non-urgency ordinance and get some options for the size of population that we might be able to serve?
I want to ask one question of staff as well, because I remembered it and it's pertinent here. Do we know how many people requested full service all the way to trial in a given year?
So we actually put the number from the last 5 years, and there have been 73 cases where Bezedic has provided court assistance.
Over 5 years? Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Fish, can I seek clarity on your motion?
Yes.
Is your motion to introduce the ordinance tonight, or is it to direct staff to bring back an ordinance or to bring back a discussion item about what the program could be, options for what the program could be, and then at that point to introduce an ordinance that implements one of those options?
Really quick, Councilmember, before you answer that, where are we, do we just pay the lump contract sum all in one? Or is it like bill to up to 153? So it's bill to up to 153? Yes, nodding heads. Okay. So that's helpful. So I would be curious, I don't know if you're open to this, but I would be curious if we could move tonight on a right to counsel program that would allow everyone, if they requested, to have it. And, so, for, I don't know, 6 months, a year, I don't know what might work best for us to have some data around what the requests are, dollar amount, again, including the, I think specifically for this, having the income requirement is important. I wouldn't want to stipulate that for everything else, because that already doesn't exist for everything else. So I would want for this particular to have a comparable income requirement, and that we pilot it and see how we do, and y'all would let us know if we come up against a wall, or it looks like we're coming up against a wall. Maybe it, maybe it's fine, and we, and, we might not need more resources allocated, and maybe it'll work itself all out. But it seems like there's just more questions than we have answers to in terms of how many things are actually going to trial, how many evictions are actually going to trial, how many folks are actually requesting specific representation and not receiving it, or partially receiving it, or having to represent themselves for part of the way and then coming back. So maybe 9-month period, 6-month period, a year period would give us more information to move forward. The city attorney is shaking her head, so maybe that's not possible.
Can I clarify? The motion is to introduce the right to counsel ordinance, but add an 80% income qualifier. And then staff will, and we'll do this under the existing contract with Betzetic, and staff will report back if we're getting close to Betzetic's contract amount. Is that the motion? Okay.
Yeah, that works. I think that creates a constraint for us where we can still measure it and see the demand. And we can come back and discuss it, but we've created the program.
And can I clarify, the current contract with Betzetic opens up a clinic and legal representation to all Culver City tenants, regardless of income. Would the direction be to instead have an 80% cap on, so just on the full scope legal representation, the representation at trial? Okay.
Is there any language in there in terms of, since this is in response to the wildfires, a stipulation that
It's non-urgent.
I'm sorry?
It's a non, they're asking for non-urgent.
So just bypass that altogether?
Yeah.
Okay.
And to respond, Councilmember Fair, we're not bypassing it. There's absolutely.
That's fine, Councilmember. No reason to explain. Thank you.
I'd like to lift it up for the public just in case there's any question about, in the spirit of camaraderie and transparency, the goal, again, there's been pressures on our housing market as a result of the fires that we all know. Our current mayor, the site he started, there was a ton of, in the wake of the fires, a ton of messages about folks seeking housing. I don't know if they're still up because they've been displaced and they're staying with other families in Culver City. I know that's hard to quantify because we're still kind of in it. I don't know if folks have stabilized, if they've found housing, et cetera. But it is something that we are navigating. So I don't know if staff has additional directions around that. And if we want to add a question in, that's fine. I don't mind that. But I don't think that should prohibit folks either, because the goal is, again, there's increased pressures on our housing market. We want folks to remain housed, and we want to prevent homelessness. I think that's something
I'm
we're
just
all
reading
joined.
what it says here, increased pressures on our housing market due to the recent wildfires. I just want to know if there's any data or if you wanted to include that in the ordinance that you're proposing. And I take it that's not, so that's fine. Thank you.
All right, does staff have any additional questions?
I do.
Okay.
So we've mentioned that we're bringing back a cleanup ordinance for our rent control ordinance and tenant protection. Is the intent to codify this into the rent control ordinance? Because if that's the case, we would suggest calling this an interim ordinance with the intent to codify it when we bring back a cleanup. Or do you have a different intent?
Can you remind me the timeline of the rent control ordinance coming back?
I believe staff said they'll bring back a discussion item by end of fiscal year, or around end of
Okay.
fiscal year.
I would be open to the
So June?
interim solution. So just that being the.
Okay.
I mean, if we're looking at data, shouldn't we do a pilot?
I mean, that's what I said, but
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah. This would be a pilot, and then when the rent control ordinance or the rent control measures come back to council, we would be able to evaluate, right, the demand that we've experienced.
oh, so you're talking about the full fiscal year and the potential impact from this date till the end of the fiscal year that we might be able to measure?
I will note, since this is a regular ordinance, the first reading would be tonight. Second reading will be April 14th. This won't take effect until 30 days after April 14th.
Okay.
So about May 14th, there won't be a very long period to evaluate the impact.
I mean, if
So
we're
we need
going to
time.
get data,
Yeah.
we should
We need a
analyze
year.
it,
We
be
need a year.
data-driven, and look at the data to see how it is. I'd prefer it to be, I'll support it if it's a pilot program.
Yeah.
So then can we make this a pilot program then? We don't necessarily need to evaluate it as quickly as the rent control ordinance comes back, or the tenant protections ordinance comes back?
We won't be able to.
Because we won't be able to. So can we do,
I think
can we do a pilot period, whether it be 6 months, 9 months?
I think that you would do an interim ordinance, and you can establish how long you want it to be for now, if you want it to be a 9-month program. And then at some point when you're done studying it, if the intent is to codify this with the remainder of even if it's not in time for the cleanup ordinance that's going to happen, late fiscal year, early next fiscal year, we can still bring in a code amendment to the CCMC to update it again to incorporate this in if after you've studied it, you've allowed the pilot program to complete and you've studied how that's working, then you can still amend the code so that you get it in with the rest of the provisions in the code. Did I kind of describe it as to what
Yes.
you would like to do?
Yes. How do we feel about a year pilot to evaluate a full year? Okay. So we're seeking a motion. We're finally getting there. We're seeking a motion for a year pilot program that would establish a right to counsel with an AMI of 80% and below.
And this actually works out really great because we'd have the year data right before the budget comes back, right? For the next year cycle. We would be able to have an informed conversation if it all goes well.
It would be pretty close because effective date would be about mid-May. So you probably have a little under a year to evaluate before the budget.
That's helpful. Thank you.
That's fine, yeah.
So it sounds like it'll be a 12-month interim ordinance. And similar, if you'll recall, some who are on council, that the rent control program itself started out as an interim ordinance, and it was extended. I think, once or twice. So if for some reason council wants to study it further or whatnot, that's always an option. But I would recommend putting a timeline on the interim. And it sounds like you want a year, so we'll include that in the language.
Great, thank you.
And one last clarifying question. And the funding cap is the $153,000, but when we get close to that, staff will notify us? Yes?
Correct.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay. And finally, to underscore, effectively, it's the same as what we have now, except maybe with the 80% AMI, we might be able to serve some more folks that are wanting to go full service to trial.
That is correct, except for the infirm qualifier.
Right. Okay.
So Director Barnes, you describe our services right now as a right to counsel. We had a right to counsel before this evening, because I never heard us describe it that way. But I think that's what the mayor is uplifting.
I would say that we had a contract in place to provide free legal services to tenants who needed assistance.
So what's the difference? Because I think that's helpful.
So one of the things that I called out when receiving this question previously is that the right to counsel would establish or essentially establish the contract that we currently have in place or with any legal service provider, and would account for and ensure services are provided to tenants who access our providers so long as they meet the eligibility criteria.
So again, what I'm hearing is that we don't have capacity currently to serve in the way that all of our renters would like to be served with legal services. And so the $153,000 doesn't seem to be, and if it's not an issue of financial resources, then that should be clarified. But that seems to be the crux of it, which is we have an existing contract. It doesn't meet all the needs of the renters who are looking for rental assistance, or excuse me, for legal assistance. So I do expect this to be, if it's not a larger price tag than our existing contract, then I don't know what it's for. It should probably be a larger price tag if we're expecting more services, unless there's something we're just not doing or taking advantage of with BedZedec that we're unaware of. So it sounds like we're gonna get alerted when we're at that point.
Correct. Staff understands that if, depending on the motion that you make tonight, if we find that that is causing an increase in folks seeking services and folks that we go to trial with, and we find us consuming a large part of that 153. And do remember, we are now in March, and we're coming to the end of the fiscal year, so a lot of that budget is still not, has been already used, because we're almost at the end of the fiscal year. But if we find ourselves needing additional dollars, we of course will come back to this body and ask for additional funds. But at this time, it's no way for us to really measure if we're going to have a severe influx of folks seeking these services.
Sure.
So-
Or more services for those folks who are already being served.
Correct.
Right, thank you.
I just hope we can collect as much data from this past, our past contract and everything that was done, and then as we move forward, so we can really clearly distinguish from before and just know who's using what, and so we can just have all that readily available for all of us. So we're really grateful. Does anyone need clarity about anything?
We are very clear.
One
Okay.
last question, Mayor.
No more questions.
If possible.
Yeah.
So you're saying that the 80% AMI will be the ones that are targeted by this program, correct? And then, yes?
That's correct. Well,
Okay.
that depends on the motion.
Right.
That's what's
and
on the
then-
floor right now.
Okay, and then we added like 749, so there's an increase on one side. Do we lose services then on the other side for those folks that are, it seems to me you're gonna be coming for more money tomorrow, not literally.
But please be clear, and I think it was specified several times, those were notices that were given.
Correct.
That does not mean, oftentimes, and the majority of those notices were 3 days or quit from someone being 1 or 2 days behind on their rent. Most of those are cured by the tenant and do not go to unlawful detainer.
Okay, so maybe a better question is, out of like the 34 legal clinics that are provided, will any of those services be reduced because of what we're doing on the one end with the 80% AMI?
That is not the intention of staff. We will continue to provide that service.
Regardless of the money, I know it's not the intention of staff, but I think it all comes down at the end of the day to how much money is available.
We will come back to the council if we're running out, and it's going to be up to the council if there's any more resource added.
If we could, in the budget process, could we direct in this motion staff to allocate additional resources without putting a number on it, additional resources to this program? Is that,
I think
that way that we don't have to immediately?
I think we as staff should do our best job to estimate exactly what it's going to, we need to come back with a number in the budget. We need to try to estimate what we're going to need to provide whatever services are outlined in this ordinance.
Mayor, can we call the vote?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Do we have does staff have what they need for the motion?
Before you call the vote, we
have
need
a call to vote.
we need to read the corrections into the ordinance
Yeah.
that's going to be introduced.
And also, whose motion was this? It's motion by Councilmember Fish, second by Councilmember McMorrin. Okay, so the revisions to the ordinance.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I didn't second on the tablet, so it must have been the Vice Mayor.
Oh, God. Apologies. So the title of this ordinance would be an interim ordinance of the City of Culver City, California, establishing a tenant right to counsel program for a period of 12 months. And so the changes to the urgency ordinance, which were attached to the staff report, would be in section 3B, applicability. It would be amended to read, this program is available to tenants with income levels at or below 80% of the area median income who reside in a rental unit within the jurisdictional boundaries of the city. Section 6 of the urgency ordinance, which was previously titled urgency measure, is deleted and replaced with this language. In order to evaluate the effectiveness of this program, this ordinance will be in effect for 12 months after adoptions. Staff is directed to return with a study of its effectiveness, comparing it to the prior 12-month period. Section 7, effective date, is stricken because this is no longer an urgency ordinance.
Section 8.
Excuse me, yes, section 8. 8. And then the final section, titled publication, is stricken and replaced with, pursuant to section 619 of the city charter, this ordinance shall take effect 30 days after its adoption. Pursuant to section 616 and 621 of the city charter, prior to the expiration of 15 days after the adoption, the city clerk shall cause this ordinance or a summary thereof to be published in the Culver City News and shall post this ordinance or a summary thereof in at least 3 places within the city. And those would be the amendments to the ordinance.
Thank you.
Are we ready to vote? Okay. That is a motion by Councilmember Fish, a second by Vice Mayor Puzo. And it is the introduction on first reading, as stated. Please vote. All members have voted. The motion passes 4 ayes, 1 no. No from Councilmember Vera.
Mayor, would you like a brief staff report?
Thank you. Thank you.
Mayor, would you like a brief staff report?
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Does anyone need a staff report on this?
I brief on. Okay. I'll be as brief as, very brief. So this is a consideration of amendments to Council Policy 3402, Council Recognition, as part of the Comprehensive City Council Policies Update Project. The proposed updated policy has been reviewed by the ad hoc subcommittee consisting of council members Vera and Fish and is being recommended by the subcommittee and city staff for adoption. The highlights of the revisions include clarification the employee recognitions are governed by Civil Service Rule 15, clarification that commemorative naming in city property and facilities is governed by Council Policy 3403, the addition of a new type of recognition for new businesses consistent with current city practice,
clarification that it's within the city's discretion to approve recognition requests and other formatting and organizational changes. In addition, there is a placeholder in the proposed updated policy to address individual council member recognitions not associated with the city. The subcommittee is deferring to the council to provide direction in this regard and not making a specific recommendation. Individual subcommittee members have, both current and former, have provided some feedback regarding this issue as reflected in the staff report. Staff's proposed a new section 4 to the policy, also reflected in the staff report regarding non-city recognitions, and that draft language takes into consideration subcommittee member feedback and could be incorporated into the policy as part of the council's motion to adopt the proposed resolution. That language reads, if a city council member issues or participates in a non-city recognition, the council member shall include a disclaimer with their name and title that reads, quote, council member with an asterisk, council member's title is included for informational purposes only. This recognition is not associated with the City of Culver City or its City Council. At this time, staff's recommending City Council adopt the proposed resolution amending Council Policy 3402, either without the proposed Section 4, inclusive of the Section 4 as I've just read, or inclusive of a modified Section 4 as determined by the City Council. And that concludes my staff report, and I'm available for any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any public speakers?
Yes. We have James Richardson.
Bring a proposal. Thank you, Dan, for listening. I just wanted to hear if this actually would include not just employees, but small businesses that would be included out of the city. So I did hear that. That's good. I'm actually in favor for this because I am starting a business, and this is one of the many core things, the values that I have, making sure that people are seen and they're heard and they're recognized for their good work and actually being supported in their work, whether that's here or that's elsewhere. So I think what you all are doing good. I'm in favor for it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. There's no limitation on type of business in the ordinance, correct?
In the policy, that's correct.
Right.
And then Denise Neal, who I believe stepped away.
Okay, great. Any questions or comments? Oh, wait, she's coming in. Let's get Denise.
Yep.
Good evening again, Honorable Mayor, Council, and public. I wanted to know what the proper protocol is about recognitions not associated, can't speak, me too, not associated with the city, because someone approached me to try to actually get the city to make a resolution for her, and I told her that wasn't within their purview because there was no direct relationship with her business associations, or me. And she kept pushing me to do this, and I don't know if there's a way that a person from outside of Culver or a business owner can come to the council and make a request. Is there a vehicle in place for that type of request? I don't know if this is...
Yeah,
there is.
City Attorney.
I'm not entirely sure I understand, but, there's an online portal now that has been established by the city clerk's office. Anyone can submit for any type of request, and it would be reviewed, and it needs to meet the criteria of the policy, and it can be reviewed, and it can be approved at the discretion of the mayor or the city council.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Councilmember Fish.
No comments from me. Thanks, Mayor.
All right. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. Thanks for the brief staff report. I do just want to say I had an issue with the council proclamations that this is, I don't know what section this is, because I'm looking at the red line document. This is 3, I don't know, 3A? No, that's just a proclamation. So I don't know, or under recognitions, definitions, and eligibility. Am I looking at the right 3? Maybe there's no sub anything under
Yeah,
3?
there's no sub.
Okay.
I think are you looking at section 3 under recognition, definitions, and eligibility?
Yes.
Where it starts, a proclamation recognizes a significant event? Is that the paragraph you're looking
The
at?
one directly under it that's redlined out.
Oh, okay, let me look at my red line here. That was redlined out was a councilmanic proclamation. And that was just redlined out because we got rid of councilmanic.
Okay.
And we moved it
So the
to
council
below
member,
count commendations. So it's now called the council member proclamations and commendations may be awarded by a council member with the.
Why would it need to have the approval of the mayor?
I believe that, let's see. Yeah, that's old language, so, and it wasn't recommended by anyone to be changed, so that's why that's there, but it's old language, it's always been that way, but if the council wants to change it, I don't see a legal issue. It's a policy decision by the council. I don't know if the clerk has any issues with that.
Well, this is just a point of clarity. You're talking about the little small blue certificates that people get? Is that what this is referencing, or this is just in general, if a council member wanted to acknowledge someone, that they wouldn't be able to do that without mayor approval? I'm trying to understand the scope
I think
of
that
this
the
edition.
type of recognition, it would be for all of them, the certificate or a proclamation or a commendation. So I don't think that would, the type of recognition would be affected by that. But if it was like a councilmanic, what we used to call a councilmanic, which is the one council member.
Right, that's what I'm trying to preserve if possible. I think that's still something that's important because when I was mayor, there were proclamations or recognitions that not everyone wanted to sign or, for a number of reasons. We don't have to relitigate that, but that has happened in the past. So if a council member wants to acknowledge, and it was interesting to read this back, even just seeing the Citizens of the Year award, because I think whoever got it the year I was mayor, I didn't have any part in that. So it was interesting to see the rules listed. But I definitely want to preserve the opportunity for council members to also acknowledge folks or entities that they feel are doing good work and not have that removed. So I don't know
Yeah,
if folks feel similarly.
Just to clarify, it's not removed, it's just moved, and it's renamed councilmanic, from councilmanic to council member. The approval of the mayor is not new language, so the entirety of the paragraph was preserved with making the correction from councilmanic to council member.
Okay, well, my concern is the check with the mayor, if it's not coming from the mayor.
Is typically the mayor, does I can't recall, is there a council member only signatured commendation or recognition? Where only a council member signs it?
For these particular recognitions, it allows the old language, which is preserved, has it that it can be signed by the mayor or the requesting council member.
But it has to be approved by the mayor.
Correct. And I don't know, but I think the intent of that may have been because the mayor is the ceremonial head of the city.
Sure.
But I don't know, and I don't see it as being a legal issue. So if it's the desire of the council to remove that requirement, then I don't see a problem with it from the legal perspective. Again, if the clerk sees any issues with it, then please feel free to chime in.
I would say if we're considering, you know, the, what are we calling it? Section 4, if folks are considering that as the version to go with, then it makes sense to allow a council member to have their ability to put their name on a recognition or, you know, commendation. But if we remove 4 from the language, then it should have mayoral approval because the mayor's signing it. Right? I mean, if it's only the council member's signature on it, then it's they who are offering that. Am I correct? That's
Correct. I think the policy as it exists now, it doesn't, I don't believe it treats that particular recognition as and maybe it's because it has the approval of the mayor language, as a non-city recognition. It's still a city recognition. And I see what you're saying, that if there isn't an approval by the mayor, is it a city recognition or is it now a non-city recognition and needs to have that, I mean, or not, depending on if council wants to insert the new section 4, have that language.
And the only other piece that I want to lift up for the sake of this conversation is in the same section, but just above, under the Culver City section of the year award. I guess the annual mayor's luncheon has turned into the state of the city, or is there still an annual mayor's luncheon?
I think it's typically, I think it's at the mayor's prerogative what they want to call it and what they want it to be. So we could look at something more generic. Or is it now the state of the city for everybody? Okay, okay, well.
Maybe you can change it, yeah.
Maybe we can say annual mayor's luncheon or state of the city. I don't know if there's any.
Or other event is determined.
Oh,
by the
or,
mayor.
yeah, there it is. There's the generic
So
thing.
it's-
Or
yeah.
other event is determined by the mayor. But if the council wants to change it to be state of the
event.
city or other event, then we can do that, if that's how you'd like to update it.
I'm sorry, where are we looking?
It's under Culver City Citizen of the Year Award,
Okay.
the first category.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we don't do the annual mayor's luncheon anymore. So that should be changed. Okay.
Thanks.
Councilmember Rivera, any comments?
Got a lot of comments, Mayor. No, not on this. I think initially where this arose from, there was confusion about some certificates that were given out, and there was questions brought forward. How come certain council members didn't participate, or are you not responsive of the award? I think there was confusion amongst the community, and I get it. I think if we were a districted city where we had, certain districts where council member A in district B wants to, provide a letter of recognition or accommodation, it makes more sense as opposed to the configuration that we have now. Unless, council wants to talk about districting and having an elected mayor, it's always a conversation. But I think that's where the confusion arose, and that's where myself and Councilmember McMorrin, when we were on this, had the discussions set forward, and we couldn't come forward with a clear path of
Got it.
Yeah, that's my comments.
Okay. Vice Mayor Pizzo.
I would be open to a non-city category, creating that. I don't know if that's a possibility. I don't think it's meant in no disrespect, but I think it's important to acknowledge, in addition to everything that's here, which is really great and important, but just to acknowledge activities, milestones, and other things that are going on in the city. And if it's just from, as you were stating, if it's just from the individual council member and we put the asterisk and it's a non-city commendation or whatever category we put it in, I think that I would be supportive of that, and then keep everything else the way it is.
If you want to make that motion, Vice Mayor, I'll second it. I agree
So
with it.
a separate category that is a council member's commendation.
I think, if I'm hearing the Vice Mayor correctly, he would leave the council member proclamations and commendations language as is, which would be a city recognition and require the approval of the mayor, and allow for non-city recognitions by adding the proposed language of the new section 4. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
I do have a question. What would that be a different type of, or would it be a proclamation, commendation, or
Which one, the current?
certificate? The non-city one. What would that look like?
Well, it's a non-city one, so we don't really, you wouldn't be even involved in it.
Okay,
as the
great.
clerk.
Okay, that's what I was curious about, whether or not it was coming from my office or
No.
not. Okay.
All right. That's your, want to click the motion button?
And so just point of clarity, we would create it on our own, or the individual council member would create it on their own, or would there be some kind of template?
No, I think if it's a non-city and it's not associated with the city or the city council, that would be something that the council member would create on their own, or working with another individual or organization or something like that. But yeah, the city would not be involved in it.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to make a motion to adopt the resolution amending council policy statement number 3402, inclusive of section 4 as drafted in the staff report.
And with the correction of annual mayor's luncheon to state of the city.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. I have a motion by Vice Mayor Pusa, a second by Councilmember McMorrin. Please vote. All members have voted, and that motion passes unanimously.
Okay,
Thank you, City Council.
Thank you. Any comments on items not on the agenda?
I believe we have Denise Neal.
One last time, good evening, Mayor, Council, and community at large. How much time do I have? Oh, almost 2 minutes. I'd like to know, sorry, no glasses, if we still have a FEMA and an OEM at the state and federal levels. I don't know if OEM is just state, because I'd like to know if they can take part in helping us improve our law enforcement and emergency management infrastructure, since our hospital is in disrepair and is structurally unsound. We need that. I also would like to know if Rockwood Capital has reached out to city leadership to help with the multi-law enforcement agency substation and any additional levels of airspace that could be used for housing on the Culver City side of the Ivy Station border. They said they would reach out to you. I also would like to know if see. Lost my notes. Oh, I'd like to know if Culver City has an update on the gun shop plans, because the bus drivers need a rest space because so many live out of the area and can't live here. And they would like to know if they can have a gun shop for that space for them to rest. And I also like to know how Culver is going to acquire the lumber and steel needed to do all of our infrastructure projects that we need to build up before these major world sports events we have coming. And let's see. I also would like to know if I can get an appointment to talk about some other points of concern or other ideas that came out of, well, related to some of tonight's topics, but they weren't actually on the agenda. Thank you.
Your time has expired.
Thank you, Ms. Neal.
Thank you.
Any closing comments before we adjourn?
Thanks, Mayor. Yes, I had one closing item I wanted to ask for support to agendize. We are doing a lot and thinking a lot about ways to solve our housing and homelessness crisis here. A lot of our initiatives obviously have a cost associated. I wanted to bring forth something that does not have a cost associated but could be very impactful, which is supporting some state legislation from some really important partners who are doing work around increasing housing capacity across California. So specifically, I'm asking for a discussion to potentially support SB 79 by Senator Scott Wiener. It would increase transit-oriented development by making it faster and easier to build multifamily housing near transit stops, specifically within a half mile of a major transit stop, making it legal for more homes to be built in these areas, and streamlining project review processes, as well as any other pro-housing bills that increase housing capacity across the state that staff would like to bring forward in the vein of adding more housing capacity and addressing our housing crisis. But SB 79 being one of them. It's sponsored by California YIMBY, Streets for All, Bay Area Council, among many others. And yeah, I'd respectfully ask for 3 nodding heads.
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, we see nodding heads from Vice Mayor, Council Members McMorrin and Fish.
Thank you.
Councilmember McMorrin. Councilmember Burke.
Motion to adjourn?
Do we need to agendize including a conversation about rental assistance and when the RCO comes back? Or will that be a part of it?
I support that if you need.
Or, so can I get nodding heads to include rental assistance when the RCO comes back?
Yeah.
Yes.
Or rental assistance program? That's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah. Okay. We have a motion to adjourn.
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, second by Bubba Fish to adjourn. Please vote. The time is 12:39. We are adjourned.